Welcome to the Provo Municipal Council meeting. We are here at the Provo City Center Council Chambers at 351 West Center. It is 5:40 on Tuesday, August 16th, 2016. This meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube, Provo Channel 17, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. The council requests that citizens help maintain the decorum of the meeting by turning off electronic devices, being respectful to the council and others, and refraining from applauding during the proceedings of the meeting. We will begin our meeting with a roll call. Mr. Parker?
Wayne Parker.
John Curtis.
Dave Connect.
Gary Winterton.
George Stewart.
Kim Santiago?
Dave Sewell.
Dave Harding.
Kay Van Buren.
Thank you. Our opening prayer will be given by Lauren Manzione, and then she will conduct the pledge after that. Thank you.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we're grateful for this opportunity to meet together and to discuss issues that affect all of those who live here in this beautiful city. We ask Thee to bless that we will have clear minds and be able to pay attention to the things that are discussed and be guided to do what is best for our city and for our people. And we say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
You're not going to do the DIxon neighborhood? Oh, no, it's okay. They wouldn't have a representative. We don't have a representative here from DIxon. I don't think. Maybe I'll just ask. Is there a representative from DIxon neighborhood here today to, oh, you are here. Okay, thank you. Come to the mic. Will you just introduce yourself? I didn't have your information, so.
Hello, my name is Robbie Potter, and I'm the DIxon neighborhood chair. It's my pleasure to be able to bring you up to speed on some of the latest activities going on in the DIxon neighborhood. For those of you who don't know where it is, the boundaries are up on the screen there, but we're really one of the gateways to Provo, right coming off I-15 on Center Street, from Center to 500 North and 5th West to really the railroad tracks there, the freeway. And we are really proud of a lot of the assets that we have in our neighborhood. We've got the DIxon Middle School, Timpanogos Elementary, with access to the Provo River Trail, and many of the great local businesses, Fran's Bakery, Jones Paint and Glass. We've got the Fresh Market. Right, there are a lot of great businesses that we're proud to call DIxon, consider in our DIxon neighborhood, and then especially the people that we have in the DIxon neighborhood. Those, I think, are probably our greatest assets. When we came up looking for our ideas for our annual day of service, we polled our neighbors, and if you want to go to the next slide. Oh, I've got the clicker here. In looking for opportunities, we saw that really the face of DIxon is along that Center Street, and really the face of Provo, again, for many of the people coming in off I-15. And so we saw some opportunities. There were some yards that needed, some fences that needed some paint. There's some gutters that were actually growing things in them. So we figured we could come together as a neighborhood and really put a better spin to the face. And so we talked to a lot of our local businesses, and they were happy to donate what they could. So we got some breakfast treats there, and Sherman Williams provided some brushes and some primer. So we had some donations from the businesses and also donations of ours. We had a great gathering. 8 o'clock isn't always the easiest time to get people on a Saturday morning, but they were willing and able to come out there. So we signed our paperwork and got to the activities there of painting, and some got a little messier than others. We had a group painting. We had a group clearing some of the gutters. We had other people moving. Other items on the list were to help chop up some wood and help some neighbors that way. But it was a great opportunity that really went a long way to take it from what it was to what it is right now. And we're happy to, again, see how the neighborhood came together to put a better face to the great place that we call home, DIxon neighborhood. And this was our matching grant, that the hours that we used here to, again, clearing out and making it a more beautiful place was to help to smooth out a lot of our sidewalks that had been kind of uneven and whatnot. We have a lot of people in wheelchairs and other children in the neighborhood, and so this has gone a long way. This is a multi-year grant, and so this is kind of our last year in doing it, so we could get better sidewalks and grateful neighbors. And so we in DIxon neighborhood feel that we are really blessed to be in Provo and contribute greatly to the well-being and the making it a place that everyone wants to live. So that's the latest from DIxon neighborhood.
Thank you. Appreciate the advertising for the neighborhood grant program too. Those that are in attendance, if you're not aware of what that is, that's something that's run through the council, and every neighborhood in the city has the opportunity to participate in that. So, and great ways of beautifying and cleaning your neighborhoods. We appreciate that great report, and have an appreciation for your neighborhood as well. I participated in one of these about a year ago, and really great response, and just have some wonderful neighbors in your area. So appreciate that. Thank you. I'll now call for a motion to approve the minutes of the July 19th, 2016 council meeting and August 2nd, 2016 council meeting. Mr. Harding?
I move that we approve those minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Winterton. Those in favor? And the voting is unanimous in the affirmative. Thank you. We'll now be pleased to have the Good Citizen Award presented by our Provo Police Chief King and Officer Newell.
Community policing team can come on up, and representatives from Rite Aid.
This is a partnership, part of our community policing effort, that the community policing team worked together with Rite Aid, and it's just a great example of people coming together and our partner community really stepping up and taking a leadership role. Rite Aid discovered and called us about some senior abuse falling to scams. People calling up and saying, you need to send money because my grandson is in jail in Arizona. And people falling for this. The staff of Rite Aid realized when people were coming in that was occurring, so they reached out to us, and with some training from Officer Newell, they started a program where they asked the seniors why they were making certain purchases for, when there were some of these transactional items like gift cards, iTunes players, stuff like that, money orders. And they saved victims over $10,000 from getting scammed. So we want to recognize a good partner in Kyle here, and we have a plaque recognizing from the police department your outstanding community partner award. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next presentation will be the Employee of the Month for July 2016, and this will be presented to Chris Cooper in Human Resources. And I believe John Borgett, looking for John. Oh, there you are, sorry, right front and center.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to invite Dan Stothley. He can come up as well as Chris. And while they're coming up, I just want to let you know that this is a pleasure for me as the department director to recognize Chris. I've worked with Chris since she came to the city, and she's very personable and professional, and she does a great job. Works with all the employees and works with training and other things and recruiting. Does a fantastic job. And a couple of things that she really does well is each year we have our employee barbecue, and particularly our charitable fundraising campaign. Her and Tara Riddle just do an outstanding job, and as a result of their efforts have raised a lot of money through the city. I just want to say a couple of fun facts about Chris, and then I'm going to give Daniel, her division director, an opportunity to say some things. But her and I are related. We share the same birthday. Yep. And we have fun time celebrating it. One of the things that's unique is that we also share the same half birthday. Chris celebrates both her regular birthday and her half birthday. And her half birthday is coming up on September 20th. So if anybody would like to wish her a happy half birthday, it's coming up next month. And she also likes to drink Diet Coke, and I do as well, but she likes to have a little vanilla in it, which is great. It helps her deal with the stress at work. She collects shoes. If you ever see her, always take a look at her shoes. They always match. And the other girls in the office have told me that they like to follow her example because she's very stylish and sets the trends for the department. Anyway, I want to turn the time over to Daniel, but I just want to say that Chris is an outstanding employee, and I think he's well deserved of this honor.
Thanks, John. All right, Chris begged that I make this quick and painless. And if I was going to use that approach, I would just simply say that she's an exceptional employee. But I do want to talk more. So she has over 30 years of experience in human resources. The last 17 of those have been with Provo City. She started on her career by graduating from the University of Utah with a degree in management. And even with that, we've managed to get along, as I'm a BYU guy. She started her career with the state of Utah at the Development Center, and she was there for 13 or 15 years. And eventually she found her way to Provo City in 1999. And I have worked with her for 16 out of those 17 years. And so I've had the privilege of being able to see up close her talents and the considerable contributions that she has brought to the city. She is currently employed as an HR analyst. She has a focus on our recruitment, our policy development. She investigates any employee complaints, harassment issues, affirmative action, and also is in charge of our promotional testing. To give you a sense of kind of what that workload is, she oversees over 9,000, up to 9,000 applications every year for between 300 and 400 jobs with the city. So she obviously has some exceptional organizational ability as well. She has a fantastic ability to interact with people of diverse backgrounds and experience. Often in her role, she's having to tell people why they did or why they didn't get a job, and she makes people feel comfortable and respected even when dealing with such difficult subjects. I rely on her frequently to influence others and build consensus on difficult issues. She has an innate ability to influence people even when they don't know it. I just recently realized we have a group of us that go to lunch every week for the last 16 years. And I just recently realized I've never gotten to pick where we go. And so she has a great ability to help people see the error of their ways, I guess. She comes from a family dedicated to civic service. In addition to being an exceptional person, her husband, Greg, is a retired police officer and former police chief of Provo City. Quick math, I found that they have almost 70 years of civil service to the residents of Provo, and I think that's exceptional. They spend their time with family, including grandkids and a very large dog named Zeus. In what can only be considered an extension of her civic pride, her preferred vacation is to visit national parks, and she has an extensive collection of, apparently they give stamps there as well. I've seen them, they're pretty cool. Ultimately though, I'm proud to call her a coworker, I'm proud to call her a friend, and I can't think of anyone more deserving of this honor. And congrats, Chris.
Can we get a picture?
Greg.
Council on the stairs, this whole thing. I think it's on wheels.
Oops, don't
Sorry.
touch it.
I'd also like to add our thanks to Chris. We had the good fortune to have her help us with our journey, we'll call it, to find a new executive director, and it just went seamlessly because of her. She really is a veteran in her field, and when I heard exceptional employee, exceptional person, among many other things, I said yes, 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 we've experienced all those, so thank you so much, we appreciate you. We will now have a presentation by the Covey Center, ImprovBroadway, and this will be introduced by our Center of the Arts manager, Paul Jordan.
Thank you once again for allowing us to come and present something that's a little outside of the governmental talk that we have to go through. One of the things that I wanted to bring up first is this Thursday night, we will have the United States Air Force Concert Band in the Covey Center. It's a free event for all the public to come to. We invite all of you to come as well. This is one of those chances to hear John Philip Sousa played in a really intimate setting and really loud. So come and join us for that one. What we have coming up is ImprovBroadway. ImprovBroadway is about to open a new facility in Provo up on 9th East, the end of September, first part of October. Kind of as their kickoff performance, they have invited Laura Hall from Whose Line Is It Anyway to join them. So I've invited them here tonight to give you a preview of what's going to take place for their date on the 27th. I did remember. So I will move the podium and turn it over to Zach Atherton and ImprovBroadway.
Thank you so much for having us. We're going to show you our gratitude by turning our backs and okay. Hello everyone, we are ImprovBroadway. My name is Zach Atherton. This is Maddie Shrink, Dave Antablian, and Brady Anderson. We're all four musical theater improv troupe. You probably haven't heard of us, but by round of applause, who has heard of Whose Line Is It Anyway? So we were so lucky to have Laura Hall from Whose Line Is It Anyway come to the Covey Center on the 27th to do a night of improvised musical comedy. She's literally the best in the business. We're very lucky to have her. We don't have her tonight. She's still in LA or on tour, but we do have her pre-recorded tracks that we're going to see from tonight. Now, if you haven't seen an improvised skit before, what improv means is that we take your suggestions, your stories, your experiences, and turn them into comedy. What that means is if we stink, it's really your fault. So we need you to give us the best suggestions you possibly can. So I know this is city council meeting. I know city council is always very quiet. No one wants to talk. So I'm going to
Scouts, we got Justice. Did you what? Your phone bill, submissions there. What else? Let's get a couple more. All powerful. Great work. Love you so much. So what we're going to do now is we're going to plug this in for you. We're going to sing you a song about Provo. About the things that we talked about today. You simply are the best. From the east side to the west. Me and my wife, we're living all alone. If only they permit us to build our family home.
What an awkward position that you put us in. So that's why I come down to be a responsible citizen.
You say you want justice for your streets, yeah, I know you're not alone. In fact, I think of that every time I see an orange traffic cone. I can tell diversity's an issue you all hear, and you show up every day, or perhaps just once a year. We love Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Atherton, and your group. We look forward to seeing more of you in your new home on 9th East. So, the public comment segment of this meeting is an opportunity for any person in attendance to comment on matters that do not appear as a public hearing on the agenda. Items not scheduled for public hearing are items 4 through 9 and number 12. Please begin your comments by stating your name and city of residence. Should you not wish to speak, but instead to have your statement read aloud by the recorder, please provide her a copy of that statement. The council and administration will not take any formal action on the matters that arise during public comment. Those with comments are invited to approach the podium.
Afternoon. Scott Brady from Provo. I'm here representing Maple Mountain Brewing Company, a local brewery, brew company, trying to get its start here in Provo and East Bay. We have a facility. We have everything except for the help of you fine people. Really, what I'm here is to ask questions of you as to what your concerns are regarding this. It is not a bottle shop. There will not be
private citizens allowed to purchase directly from us. Rather, they would have to go and buy it at anywhere else that type of thing is allowed to be sold at. We are right next to a church, which, due to our Type 5 package agency, it just says as long as we do not sell to the public and we are just distribution, then that is totally legal. And so I'm wondering what concerns that you have at this time, if any at all.
As I mentioned before, we don't typically respond to comments in this portion of the meeting. You're welcome to either email, you can email us, all of our emails are on the city website at provo.org. So you can send emails or you can call. Our numbers are on there as well.
Okay.
All of our contact information is on provo.org if you would like to have more back and forth.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And we're kind of here just to kind of introduce ourselves, me and my team, kind of get to see who you guys are. You can see who we are. We're not bad people, mostly. But yes, I look forward to talking to all of you in the future. You will be hearing from me probably by phone in the next week or so. I look forward to hearing your voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. We appreciate you being here.
My name is Richard Tucker. I live in North Provo. I'm an avid user of yard, estate, and garage sales every Friday and Saturday. I hope I'm here representing millions, if not billions, of people that hit every Friday and Saturday. My concern is when I pull up to a sign telling about their sale, it can be 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks old. In the past, I vaguely recall that Provo City is among the top 500 cities to live in the state of Utah. And my concern is if they wanted to upgrade their rating, they would enact a policy to have signs removed within 24 hours after the sale. Failure to do so would be a $1,000 fine with no first warning given. I would like that put on the city's utility newsletter that goes out with the billing every month so that it can be made aware of. I wasn't aware of until I got here that the city cannot act on it unless it's on the meeting, so I guess my time is wasted. I have a picture. We don't have a picture of signs that are weather, months old, weeks old, and that's, I appreciate the opportunity of seeing my government and giving my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Appreciate your comments.
My name is Cheryl Jacob, and I'd just like to add to his suggestion. I know that I pass a poll all the time with these signs, and when I see their past date, I take them down myself. So we as citizens can clean up as we go along. My concern is about the noise ordinance. I don't know how to get it enforced. And I have lived where I live right now, which is on 5th North and Freedom Boulevard approximately. And there's a business there that has extraordinary noise that is so irritating and jarring, and voices of the people who frequent their activity or whatever they're doing. And I'll be specific. I have called the police probably as many as 15 times to ask them to come out and enforce the level of the noise coming from this business. I mean, by 15 different dates. On Saturday, I called 4 times, and a policeman could not come out over about a 2-hour period to ask them to shut the music or the noise down or to tone it down. And at 1 p.m. on Sunday, I called the 4th time, and the dispatch person said, oh, the policeman has arrived there now, and after one more song, they will shut it down. And my question is, why would I have to call the police to enforce an ordinance that they should be enforcing, in my opinion, anyway? So why would I have to tell them? And it's recurring over a 2-year period, this And I've gone today to try to find out what permits, what is allowed. Am I in place to ask them in a residential area to not be so noisy, not be so irritating? I did speak with the owner of the business that very night last Saturday and told them that I had called the police many times about the level of their noise, and they did nothing to try to, accommodate the residential area. They have doors that they could have closed, and they didn't. I know that there's an elderly woman that lives in the same complex I do, and she takes a sleeping pill. So I think we have a problem here. We need to be considerate about the noise level. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacob. Appreciate you sharing those concerns.
Melanie McCord. At a Planning Commission meeting held on February 25th, 2015, Mayor John Curtis stopped by the pre-meeting and stated that he had a philosophy that he tried to adhere by, to do a lot of rotations on boards and commissions, to move people around who had been on boards for a while. His philosophy was that we've got many good residents wanting to serve, and he wanted to provide opportunities for all of them to serve. He informed the commissioners that when it came time to rotate, he was going to look for others to serve. Mayor Curtis stated that he was grateful for the service of the sitting board members, he appreciated them, but that he had people reaching out to him and asking where they could serve. When vacancy arose, he was going to look at his sheet and determine when terms came to an end. He would love to have sitting board and commission members think of other ways that they could serve and tell him where they'd like to work, to look around to see that we tend to put a lot of white males on our committees and that he is really working hard to break that trend. He was not going to turn down white males, but he was going to recruit others. He asked that if the commissioners knew people in the community who had a skill set that was conducive to the Planning Commission and that would help us get a more evenly split demographic, he would love to hear those suggestions. Tonight you're going to hear a whole list of board appointments, board and commission appointments. Many of them are reappointments, including 4 Planning Commissioners, white males, being reappointed. I know many people with the skill sets and the interest to be on the Planning Commission. I'm one of them. I would like an appointment to the Planning Commission. I would like to be able to help with raising the bar on development and instituting some of those better development designs that we learned about in the zoning summit in December when Ross Chapin came down and talked about it. I'd like to be able to carry out the council's policies on the Planning Commission. I can give you the names of 6 or 7 other women here in town who have the expertise to serve on the Planning Commission. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. McCord. I appreciate you sharing that. Are there other comments?
I'm Tosh Metzger, I live in Provo. I just want to say I support the Maple Mountain Brewery Company coming to Provo if they can get in, and I think it'd be great to diversify our business model here in Provo. And even my mom, who's about as far right as you can get, thought it'd be kind of fun to have a brewery here in Provo. So I am kind of support that idea, and I think it'd be great to have here in our community to go from there. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Metzger. Appreciate your comments. Are there other comments? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment portion of the meeting, and we will go to our next item, which is an introduction of Jonathan Crosland, who has been recommended to the Board of Adjustments. Jonathan, if you're here, would you mind coming up to the podium? We have started I guess it's just a new policy for the council to be able to meet our board members and get to know you a little bit before we do appointments. And so we have, I think, 29 board members we're going to be looking to appoint tonight, but we're grateful that you could be here. I just want you to tell us just a little bit about yourself and why you're willing to serve on this Board of Adjustments board.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Jonathan Crosland. I'm from a little town called Manzione, about an hour south from here in a farming community. Grew up on a turkey farm. The reason why I want to serve, I love service, and in essence, my love for that comes from my dad's example. He served on the city council for 25 years there in Manzione. He was mayor of the town there for a while. And so seeing what he did and the things that, the effect that he had on the community, that positive effect, I want to be a part of that as well. And so, I just want to be a part of that and be able to have that positive influence on other people. So,
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Crosland? Thank you. I appreciate your willingness to serve. Thanks. I'd now like to invite Lauren Manzione to come to the podium as well. I'd first like to thank you for doing our prayer and our pledge today. We just threw you into the fire.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Thank you. And you are being appointed to the Housing Authority Board, which actually am a liaison to that board, so I'll get to, work with you if you're appointed tonight. But I just wanted to ask the same of you, if you could just share a little bit about yourself and what interests you in being part of this board.
Yeah, definitely. I grew up in Salt Lake City, so not too far. I did go to the University of Utah, so I hope that's not an issue. Right now I work part-time at the Community Action Services and Food Bank. I'm the volunteer coordinator there. I also have a 1-year-old daughter. So between those two things and just being a citizen, it's important for me to be involved and to understand the issues that people are facing. And I also have that perspective as a mom and a young family, students and working professionals, and our different issues that we have. And then also from the point of view of a lot of the clients that we serve at the food bank. So I feel it's important for me to understand these issues from different perspectives and be able to offer my point of view as well.
Are there any questions? Did I pronounce your last name right?
Manzione.
Manzione. Do you have any questions for Ms. Manzione? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate you. So we'll now entertain a resolution consenting to the appointment of individuals to various boards and commissions, and this will be presented by Mr. Mayor Curtis.
Thank you. You have before you a list of proposed nominations for boards and commissions. And I might mention, and particularly in reference to Mrs. McCord's comments, that last year we had 10 new positions and 8 of those were filled by women. This year we have a total of 13 new positions, and once again 8 of those are women. And that one of the most difficult things that we actually do is find new residents to serve in the capacities on these boards and commissions. From time to time, I'm approached by people who would like to serve, and Mrs. McCord is a good example. And we've had a real frank discussion about what makes a good board member. And particularly on the Planning Commission, it's very important that somebody come into that with a breadth of experience, but also an open mind. And there's a very clear role for activists in our community that are very important, who take sides on issues and fight for issues, and then there's also an important role for people who will come in and study issues. And on the Planning Commissions, one of my philosophy has been that the very nature of the position is better served by somebody who's not an activist, even though that's an important role in the community.
Mr. Mayor, can I interrupt? Is it okay if we just do the board appointments?
Sure.
At this point, thank you. Okay. Did you have anything else to say about the board appointments?
I think not.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll bring it back to the council. And for any discussion on any of the names that are listed on the board appointments? Any questions or concerns? Okay, or look for a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the resolution consenting to the appointments as stated.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Sewell. Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Harding?
We often have introduction, just and background information, and so So I'd be interested in hearing, if the mayor had more to introduce I'm not sure what else he was going to say, but just about the people that have been nominated for these positions.
Okay. But do you have anything else to say about the people that are listed on this as nominations?
No, last year the council felt like they weren't getting adequate information, and so they instituted a new process to try to meet the candidates. And hopefully you've had an opportunity through that to get to know them a little bit.
Yes, I personally appreciated this new policy and having that opportunity over the last 2 weeks. We had a meet and greet, and I think the majority of the board members were able to come to that meet and greet, and then those that were not have come, like tonight, or to our work session, and it's been really good to meet each of these nominees. And I just want to say thanks to the mayor for nominating really great people. I feel like the people that I've met so far that have been nominated for these boards have very, they have talents, and they're just really great people. I really enjoyed being able to interview them, or just not really interview. It was kind of just a social gathering, get to know them a little bit. But I appreciate the people that you have nominated. Mr. Sewell?
I just wanted to say I appreciate the opportunity to get to know our board members as well. I appreciate the time we have with the new process to do that. Appreciate each of you who are willing to serve, and I appreciate the opportunity that we have with some of the boards to meet with you once a year, like we did with the Planning Commission today. That was great to have that interaction. And appreciate the mayor's effort to include more diversity. I'm sure that's a challenge to find people willing to serve and to get as much of that diversity as you can based on who's applied. So those are my comments.
Are there any further comments? Okay, so those in favor? And those, I guess, not opposed. So it's unanimous in the affirmative. Thank you. The next item is a resolution authorizing a perpetual license agreement for the right-of-way access related to Lakeview Parkway. And this item will be introduced by Mr. Dave Graves from our Public Works Division.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity of being here tonight to present this item to the City Council. Several weeks ago, I had the opportunity of sitting down with members of the Bonnie Jean Stubbs family, along with their legal counsel and outside counsel for Provo City in a mediated session, trying to reach a settlement on a property issue related to our Provo West Side Connector project. This property is a little unique to when compared with some of the other properties on that project because the Stubbs family actually have a significant portion of property that it will exist south of the new roadway. And so as we went into that mediation session, one of the concerns that they particularly had was related to access to their property, both on the north and south side of the roadway. As we talked through that issue with legal counsel, we came to an agreement that we would allow the access on the north side and the south side of the roadway. Legal counsel for the Stubbs asked that we formalize that in the form of a perpetual license agreement, and so that's the purpose for this resolution, is formalizing that license agreement. And essentially there's three items that the license agreement grants rights to the Stubbs family. One is access on the north side of the roadway. There is an access that has been constructed. It'll be a gated access that will be controlled and used for the Stubbs family at this point in time. The second was an access to the south property, which has also been constructed. It is also a gated access and will provide them access to that property. The third item on the perpetual license agreement was the right to be able to utilize for irrigation purposes a conduit, a 24-inch conduit that was placed underneath the roadway for a pressurized irrigation pipe. And so those are the three items that are being agreed to be allowed with this roadway. Any questions?
Are there questions for Mr. Graves? Mr. Connect?
I'm really glad to see this come before us. Often you hear lots of things over the years where such and such was an understanding. It's always good to put it in writing. Thank you.
You bet.
Are there other questions or comments? Oh, thank you, Mr. Graves. So I'll bring this back to the council for discussion. Or a motion?
I move that we approve the resolution authorizing a perpetual license agreement for the right-of-way access related to Lakeview Parkway.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Harding. Any discussion on the motion? For the public benefit, we had a lot of discussion in work session about this. So if it seems like we don't have a lot of discussion, we've asked a lot of questions in work session, but if there's no further discussion, we'll look for a vote. Those in favor? Thank you. The voting is unanimous in the affirmative. The next item of business is an ordinance amending the wastewater fees on the Provo City Consolidated Fee Schedule. This item will be introduced by Jimmy McKnight.
Thank you. I have invited Corey Christiansen from Waterworks Engineers, who has been our consultant on the wastewater treatment, water treatment master plan, as well as we've looked at the philosophy for the base rate, to get his input on industry standards and comparisons with other cities. We also will have Karen Larson will be joining us shortly. She's our customer service director, who's given us a lot of input about the billing system and potential changes and the impact it will have on the billing system and feasibility there. So we come before you tonight to discuss the wastewater base rates, which are one component of the wastewater utility rates, the charges that residents get on their bill each month. What we're looking to do is change the philosophy for the base rate. For the wastewater rates, both rates, it consists now of two components. The base rate, which is $8.76 currently for each connection. So this is applied regardless of number of units in an apartment complex or whether it's a house or a business. It's $8.76 for every connection. Some of the concerns with that is the base rate. In theory, one theory is that it should be used to cover operating costs, which our rate at $8.76 per connection does not cover, as well as access, covering the impact of each connection's access to the sewer system. So with the rate currently applied evenly to all connections, it doesn't address any impacts that a business might have compared with a home or a multi-unit complex. The other component of the wastewater base rate, or the wastewater rates, is the commodity charge, which is charged right now $2.40 per 1,000 gallons, which in an ideal world would be used to cover the actual costs of meeting the demands of the sewer system and treating that at the plant. So as we've looked at several options and ways to more evenly spread the burden of the wastewater rates, specifically the base rate, there are a few objectives we've been trying to meet. We've been trying to stick with the 5-year plan we presented to council for single-family homes, and to phase in the revenues so that we get to the point where we are covering the operating costs of the system with the base rates. This allows us to continue to recover or cover those costs regardless of the usage, so that we can have a sustainable wastewater collection and treatment process. Okay. So the approach we've recommended and we've discussed with the council in several work sessions is to change the residential component of the base rate to be per unit. So a multi-unit complex would pay per unit instead of just per connection. And then on the commercial side, to charge by meter size, which using a recommendation from the American Water Works Association, we have a multiplier that we use to determine the potential flow of a water meter, and that helps us determine the potential impact of that meter on the sewer system. So the main recommendation we have tonight is how to implement that, how to phase that in, and how that will impact those multi-units and the commercial businesses. So one proposal that we've looked at is to phase that in over 3 years, where the first 2 years we would go from a 10% phased implementation, second year 50%, and the third year would be 90%, and that would be in FY19. And that would have each multi-unit being charged per unit 90% of the single-family rate. And I'll have some examples in the following slides. On the commercial side, that implementation would be similar, and it would phase in the AWWA multiplier I referred to, so that in the third year we would be a 3/4 inch meter would be charged the same amount as a single-family home, and the larger meters would be charged according to the multiplier based on the capacity of the meter. So the way that would impact the fee schedule in FY17 would the base rate for a single family or a single unit would remain unchanged. That would be $8.76 per connection in the current year, and the multiple units would have their base rate broken into two components. This, as we've discussed this with our customer service group, they've determined that this is a way that we could reach the goals of the 10% implementation in the first year with the current billing system. So the next slide or in a few slides, it'll show how that would work. And then the commodity charge would stay the same per 1,000 gallons. On the commercial side, off again. On the commercial side, in FY17, as you can see, the $8.76 for the 5/8 inch meter would remain the same as the single-family home, and each progressive larger meter size would increase by 10% of the way to the full implementation in the third year, which will be explained further in the next few slides. So on the residential side, this is what the fee schedule would look like this year and going forward. The single-family home would be $8.76. The multi-unit connection charge would be $7.88, which is 90% of the single-family rate. And then the multi-unit charge would be charged per unit, and that would be 79 cents, which is 10% of the connection charge. The next year, it would move to 50% of each for the connection charge and the unit charge of the 90% rate, and in the third year, it would go back to being just one component, the per unit charge for multi-units, which would be 90% of the single-family rate. Hopefully, the next slide again will give some more clarity on how that would apply to specific complexes or number of units in a complex. In the first year, you can see the $8.76 for the single-family home. The duplex has one connection charge and 2 per unit charges. The fourplex has 1 connection charge and 4 per unit complexes, and so on. The next year, it would be those 50% rates I showed before. And you can see how from 17 to 18 to 19 and beyond that how that phase would work its way up to where in FY19 each per unit rate would be 90% of the single-family home rate. On the commercial side, this is how that 10-50-90 implementation would work. Again, you can see how from one year to the next, it gradually phases into the full implementation in FY19, where the multiplier is applied 100% based on capacity. The next piece is to show you the revenue impact and how we would be phasing into where base rate would be covering the operating costs of the wastewater fund. In the first year, the way we've set it up in the consolidated fee schedule, we've recommended the first year phase be implemented beginning January 1st. That would give us 6 months of the current per connection fee. It would give us time from now until then to get it in the billing system and tested and applied correctly, and give us time for outreach to those who will be affected. And as you can see, we'd be getting an FY20, where with inflation, we'd be meeting, almost meeting the operating costs of the wastewater fund, effectively meeting it. The last slide on the 10-50-90 implementation just shows the current distribution of revenue. I talked about the impact of the burden, or the burden of the base rate on the various users of the wastewater system. Currently, the single-family homes pay about 75% or 70% of the base rates in the city, and in the full implementation at 90% for per unit. You can see on the right that graph shows what the new distribution would be, who the burden would be on for the wastewater base rate.
Does anyone know offhand roughly the breakdown of our single unit residences versus multi-unit residences? I'm guessing we're a lot closer to that 34, 44 than we are.
Sorry, I looked at that before the meeting. I think the single-family home was about 50%, and the multi-units wasn't. It was a little bit higher than 34%. One of the ways we've discussed this in the past with our consultant is the commercial. They do take a higher percentage than they are as a percentage of the total accounts in the city. That's because of the impact of the loading on the type of wastewater that goes into the system. So, it doesn't match up completely with this percentage, but like you said, it's a lot closer, and we think it's really close when you take into account the strength of the waste that comes from the commercial customers. So I have prepared a few other alternatives for how it could be implemented based on some input from council. I don't know if you want me to continue with that or discuss the option that I presented, but I'm prepared either way to answer your questions or continue with some other options.
Okay, Mr. Stewart?
Yesterday, three of us asked that an option be 1090.
Okay?
Do you have that?
Yes.
Can we see it?
You bet. This would be the 1090 implementation, where the first year would stay the same as what I already showed in FY17. And then in FY18, the single-family homes would pay 1003, and the multi-unit charge per unit would be $1 less than that, which is 90%. And that would continue from FY18 and onward. The way that would impact residential units is shown in this chart. Again, you see from year to year. It's a lot quicker implementation, but it still phases in to what they would be paying in FY19 and FY20 compared with what they're paying now. The next slide shows non-residential. Again, just gives you an idea of how that phase would impact those meter sizes on commercials.
Mr. Van Buren?
Just one question. As you've shown the residential, I'm not seeing difference in the meter size or the service size. Are all our residential 5/8? Aren't a number of them 1 inch?
Some of them are larger.
And how does that play into the? I'm seeing a difference between a 5/8 and a 1 inch on the non-residential side. But how will that? Is that adjustment the same in the residential, or?
No, well, that's an approach that could be taken. It could be the same on both, similar to how we do it on the water system. The reason we've gone this direction on the wastewater side is because of the impact of a unit on the wastewater system, where on the water system, it doesn't go down the drain, and it can be used on the grass or things like that. Where in a multi-unit complex, you could have the same, a 1 inch or a 2 inch, whatever it was, that could be the same as a single-family home, and those rates would be the same. So by doing it per unit, you're addressing the living space as a potential for discharge into the sewer system, where on the per meter size, it doesn't take the number of units into account. Of course, they obviously would probably size the complex based on the potential for the water usage, but we chose this direction, but.
And I'm not suggesting that, I was just wondering, so single-family residents are all being treated the same, whether it's 5/8 or whether it's a 1 inch? Okay.
Per connection,
Mr. Winterton?
Just out of curiosity, with the commercial rates, I see the difference between a 5/8 and an 8 inch. Can you kind of give me some ideas of, 5/8 is a residential. Can you give me what a 2 inch and a 4 inch and where we're at with some of those, just so I know what I'm comparing as far as businesses go and what the usage is?
I don't have those prepared. As far as specific businesses that might have those sizes of meters. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm just curious to what that's a big meter at an 8 inch, and so I mean a big thing. So I was just wondering what business is doing that and how we're affecting them when we get that size of meter.
Well, I know that some of the larger commercial meters are at Brigham Young University, and some of those are based on just irrigation only, in which case they wouldn't be charged a base rate. But as far as other businesses that use it for just water that would end up in the wastewater system, I'm not prepared with those tonight.
No problem. Thanks, Jimmy. Sorry.
Could you go back to that multi-unit? Could we see that chart on the multi-unit 1090?
This one, or one that shows the different number of units and the impact? Would be this.
Seems like it should be, maybe my math's wrong, but if it's 876 now, then it should be 110%. The next year would be 964, and then 190%, 1664. Am I missing something?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I thought 1090 meant that the first year would be the base charge plus 10%, right? Second year would be,
It's been done a little different. So in the first year, it would be 10% in order to accommodate our billing system and needing to have the per unit charge, be able to apply regardless of the number of units. We've done 10% of, or 90% of the multi-unit, or for the connection charge, and then 10% of that for the per unit charge. So if this were applied to a single unit, it would stay 876. That's part of the reason it was done that way. So it's done a little bit differently than just taking 10% of that and adding it on top.
maybe I misunderstood, but I thought that each unit would be charged the same minus 10% as a residential unit. So it seems like if you had, 10 units, it would be 10 times the residential rate. And if you had 100 units, it would be 100 times the residential rate, minus at 90% of the residential rate.
So at the full implementation, yes.
But isn't full implementation year 18 if we just do a 10% the first year and then second year?
Yes. Yeah, so it would be 903, which is 90% per unit.
Right.
So on this slide, that shows how it would apply to different complexes. FY18 is the 903, 9015 multiplied by 2 was 1805.
I guess what I don't understand is why it takes to physical 20 to get to 1373.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see what you mean. So that's my third option that I've created. So this would maintain that 5-year plan and keep the
Okay.
single-family homes at the 5-year
I
plan.
thought we had an option that it didn't maintain the 5-year plan, that it just
I
went.
have an option that jumps straight
Okay,
to the
there we go.
1373 in FY18.
I'm waiting for that one.
So I've called that the 1090 accelerated. I'm running out of names for the options I've come up with, but this would be the 1090 where it would be accelerated, and the 1373 would be the charge in FY18, and 90% of that would be the multi-unit charge, and that would be from FY18 on. That shows the impact by complex, type, or size.
Good, I like that one.
And then on the commercial side would look like this.
You know, I guess the reason, at least I hope I can speak for the other two that talked about it yesterday, the multi-unit has been subsidized for so many years by single family that it shouldn't take more than a year for multi-unit owners to implement in their contracts the extra cost that they're going to have to be paying. And so I have a hard time seeing why it takes 2 years to do it. So that's, I think, why we recommended that at least the council at least consider an option of 1090 over 2 years. It takes us to what we need to do the work on the infrastructure also a lot faster.
Yeah, this slide shows the revenue difference for the 3 options. Of course, in FY17 with a 10% in each option, it's the same. In FY20, it's the same for each option because they're all 90. But the 5.34 million in the third option would be in the last 3 years. And the 1090 is kind of split between the two on revenue from the base rate.
Public Works have any objection to option 3?
No.
What did Mr. Stewart say? I couldn't hear.
Do you want to repeat your question?
Would Public Works, I mean, would it bother you to have an accelerated income to do the infrastructure that you need?
No. From my perspective, no, but.
Okay.
With the 1090 on commercial, I know that commercial rates leases are usually a lot longer. than a residential lease. Are there implications that you've heard of for doing such a fast acceleration on the commercial end, considering the length of term of lease for many tenants?
I'm only aware of what Orem City has done as far as other cities, and I haven't heard anything on the Provo side as far as impact to leases. The way Orem did it was they made the adjustment in January of this year, where they approved it, and then started in July with the implementation. So I'm not aware of a phase-in that they did, but you know, I do see your point with the lease length.
Sorry, Mr. Sewell?
I had a question on implementation dates. So the fiscal year 17, if we pass this tonight, when would the rate actually change?
Oh, it could be, our customer service department has asked for 60 to 90 days to get it implemented. I selected, or we selected January 1. It's a little bit further than that, but it starts on the calendar year. It starts with, for the student housing, it starts with the new semester, and I think it makes a little bit more sense than somewhere in between now and then.
So fiscal year 17 would be January 1, then how about fiscal year 18? Is it the same date, or is it?
The beginning of the fiscal year, July 1st.
July 1st. Okay, so there's only 6 months difference between those two.
Correct.
Okay.
The commercial admission is $77.
Could we go, I think it's just the slide before. So, Mr. Stewart, I believe you were the one that requested the analysis on the 1090 accelerated. Was it your intent to also accelerate, that first line up there is the single unit residences. Was your intention also to accelerate that so that we hit the end of the 5-year plan rates in the third year?
Our proposal only covered the multi-unit, but it seems like in fairness to the rate structure, if we're going to do it for multi-unit, we should do it for residential. It's not not a huge increase.
So just a follow-up question to that, if I might. So originally, I thought the intent was for the single-family prices to just stay right where we were on the 5-year plan. Wasn't that?
That was how the initial approach we took before we were asked to do this option.
Okay, and this approach, I just want to make sure I'm understanding that this one jumps right away to the 5th year, or what? I'm not sure what.
Yes, the 1373 for single-family homes was the FY20 number, which was the 5th year of 4 years out from this year. But
Okay, so that's a big change to what we told our residents we were going to do.
I call it accelerated.
Yeah, okay. So I don't think we should do that for single-family homes. Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stewart?
I'm fine with staying with the 5-year plan for residential, but I certainly think that multi-unit should go to 1090 almost immediately, within a year, because of the subsidization they received over the many, many years by residential.
Question.
Mr.
So
Connect?
could you show us just the 1090, not the accelerated again? And that does stick with the 5-year plan for the single residential. And since we don't have a fourth option, I would prefer this one of the options that we're considering right now.
Mr. Sewell?
So it seems to me, in terms of the phasing, that there's two things that we need to consider here. One is the length of contracts, which I think has been mentioned, and in some cases that could be up to a year, I would assume, maybe longer. So it looks to me like we're giving them, well, relatively short notice for 4 or 5 months notice before the first change, but it's only 10%, so that's not a big adjustment. But then 6 months later, we would do the big jump, and I'd be a lot more comfortable giving them that 1 extra year in there, so it's 6 months and then the extra year of the original 10, 50, 90 plan. The other thing I think we need to keep in mind is we're not just talking about apartment owners adjusting here, because these rates are going to be passed on to tenants, and it just seems better to give them that extra year of time to adjust. So I like the original 10, 50, 90 the best.
Mr. Harding?
Is this item on the agenda for a public hearing?
No.
Or do we plan to take public comment?
At that point, I'll probably ask if there are those in the audience that would like to, and we could open it up for public comment at that point if there were, an interest. I just assumed that if people were here for that item, they would have spoken in public comment period, but I can certainly open it up if there is interest.
Okay. I have some additional thoughts, but I was going to wait until we kind of hit that more discussion point so thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stewart?
It was never our intent to have the 10% goals and then a year later the 90% goals. Never was intended, at least in my mind, that it would be 6 months later. I don't know where that came from. It would be, isn't the plan to implement and then a year later implement the next change?
Well, and on the fiscal year side, it works out to a year, but even if we implemented it today in FY18, we typically make the adjustments to the base or to the fees with the budget. It doesn't have to be that way.
It wouldn't have to be that way. Because we're implementing this different from the budget, we could implement a 10% now and then the 90% a year from now, a year from the implementation of the 10%.
Yes, it would just be a matter of getting the communication out.
Matter of whatever we recommend or pass in our resolution.
Yes, I think to get the first implementation, the customer services requested enough time to get it implemented, and then once it changes up or down.
Because I think the intent is to give the multi-unit owners a whole year to implement new contract changes. I think that was our thought.
Mr. Winterton?
Can customer service do that for separate the multi-units from the residential, individual residential? That sounds like a bear of a job also. No,
I'm going to let our customer service answer that. I think it's possible because they're going to have to set up a different rate than what's there today. But their concern would be, I anticipate their concern would be having different rates change at different times and just getting the communication out and having to make that adjustment twice in the course of a year rather than once. So it's possible. It's just we'd have to work around the communication and the different
Madam
implementations.
Chair.
Mr. Stewart?
I don't think it's ever our intent to have them change at a different time. It seemed like the residential should change at the same time as multi-unit. I mean, I don't know why we would change them at different times.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jones?
just by word of clarification, I think the comment about changing at different times was that if you implement the first rate change on January 1st and then you implement every year thereafter, wastewater is changing on January 1st, but every other rate in the city is changing on July 1st.
I didn't think we were waiting until January 1st. I thought we were doing it as soon as the resolution passed, like October 1st or September 1st.
Well, what Jimmy was saying is that customer service needs 60 to 90 days to get it into the system, and so he chose January 1st to cover that. It could be earlier than January 1st, but the current exhibit says January 1st just to give them space for that 60 to 90-day reprogramming time.
That would be fine, whatever they need. But again, it seems like to me we should do the rate changes at the same time. Is it a problem, Karen, to do, if we did a rate change for residential and multi-unit and commercial in October, November, to do it the next October, November?
The only thing I would recommend is being considerate of the student timing. of when they're start to advertise for their rentals and things like that, because the property owners are, they may include that in their rental lease agreements. And so that's what I would just be considerate of, the timing of when those lease agreements start to take place.
And again, we're giving them,
Most tenants do not pay the wastewater. It's the landlord that pays it.
right. But it seems like we're giving them a year at 10% increase, and then another year before this 90% takes effect. And so it gives them plenty of time to adjust their contracts, I would think.
I would think. I'm not a property owner, but someone who.
Yeah, Mr. Harding?
I just wanted to make sure I understood what he said. My understanding is that the 1090 would be, at least 60 to 90 days before it hits.
Well, the first 10% hits.
And then a full year at 10%, and then it's up at the full rate, which is 90%.
Right.
So it's 1 year plus a couple months until it's at the full implementation.
Gives them more than a year.
Yes.
That's right.
Okay.
Year and a half. Mr. Connect?
So your comments about the tenants, would you recommend a particular month of the year to make the change? Let's say we change them all at the same time, but what month do you think would be best?
I would say prior to their lease agreement implementation, and it's been varying right now for us as customer service. We've noticed a big change in the lease agreements for the MDUs right now. I'm not sure what they're doing right now, because we notice that right now we're starting to already see the students move here. And so I'm not sure what the MDUs are really doing with their lease agreements right now. It seems like they're starting them earlier, starting to get tenants here earlier prior to the school year. So I'm not sure. We got to do some investigation on what's happening with the lease agreements. But I would strongly recommend that just whatever that time frame is of the MDUs, that we start it so that we give the landlords and the property owners enough notice to notice their tenants on whatever rate they're going to charge their tenants for their lease.
So you don't have any preference, like summer versus winter, like doing it in July versus January?
Well, that's different on the electric versus a water because of your hot temperatures and things like that, for your electric versus your water. But your wastewater is based on your winter water usage. So, spring would be great, I would say. The springtime would be a good time to actually start that. If it was our preference, probably be spring.
Thank you.
Mr. Winterton?
Yeah, Jimmy, and I don't know if you've done this analysis either yet, compared to the 1090 implementation and the original implementation that we were thinking about, what's the difference in income to the city? Total income in that time period?
So this slide only shows the revenue from the base rate and the comparison between the three options.
So it's basically,
If we started July 1st of FY18 with the 1090 instead of 1050, we'd get $850,000 more that year. Difference between the 3.9 and
so 850, and then the next year we would get an additional 150,000. So basically, we're looking at a difference of close to $1 million.
Are you talking millions on this chart? Yeah, so it would be, in the second year, it would be, 1.4 million, or 1 point, yeah.
I was looking at the 1050-90 compared to the 1090. Was the difference between the 3.9 million and the 3.05 is what I was referring to.
Chair?
Mr. Stewart?
The first year alone would be a 1.44 million. And the next year would be about 500,000. But as far as contracts go, just if we passed it tonight and with the January 1st date, they're going to know we passed it tonight, but they'll see the rate increase January 1st of 17. If January 1st of 18, they will see the second increase, but they will be doing contracts in March, April, May of 17. So they'll have plenty of time to put the new rate increase that they know they're going to be getting before January 1st of 18 when the actual rate increases. But they'll probably increase in the contracts in September 17 when people start paying their rent. So they'll actually get an extra 3 months of probably a little extra more than they'll be paying us.
Mr. Sewell?
Typically, these types of rate increases are done at the beginning of the fiscal year, aren't they? I mean, in the past. Okay. So I just had one other comment, if that's all right. So I think we each had a little bit different expectation going in. I don't think any of us understood the timing until tonight, but I think my expectation originally was that the 10-50-90 was 10% now, 50% in a year, and 90% in 2 years. And I think the expectation of the 10-90 plan was 10% now and 90% in 1 year. But because of this fiscal year thing, I actually think the 10-50-90, the way that we're actually talking about implementing it is kind of in between what we were each expecting on those two, because it's 10% now, 50% in 6 months. Well, when I say now, I mean January 1st, 50% 6 months after that, and then 90%, I guess it'd be 18 months after the first increase. So that's my last comment. To me, it feels like a middle ground from what we were each expecting.
Mr. Harding?
I'm ready to make a motion, but I'd like, if we're going to open up for public comment, I'd like to hear that before I make my motion.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Ms. Larson or Mr. McKnight before we let him sit down? Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming so fast.
Can I just make one clarification
Sure.
on that? Before the ordinance is approved, I wanted to point out that the consolidated fee schedule exhibit that we provided had the current rates being crossed out, which we wouldn't want to do if we were implementing January 1st, because then we would have no rates from now until then. So I would, in a motion, if it was going to be approved, to leave those not crossed out. Those would need to remain in effect, and then the remaining language would take care of any of the changes going forward. So just didn't want to get left without any revenue for.
Thank you. That's important. So, as I mentioned before, this is was not slated for public comment, but we will allow public comment on this item. If there are those of you in attendance who would like to speak to this item, could you raise your hand so we have an idea of anyone who happens to be here? Okay. All right. Seeing none, we'll close public comment then and bring it back to the council for discussion or motion. Mr. Harding?
I'd like to move that we adopt the amendment, or adopt the ordinance to adjust the wastewater fees based on the 10-50-90 phase-in schedule, which would take the first step on January 1, the second step, January 1, 2017, the second step on July 1st, 2017, and then the final step on July 1st, 2018.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'm happy to second that. I just a procedure question. Should we amend the draft first to make that correction, or?
Depends on which.
I think that's wise. In fact, I have one already ready. If you go with the 10-50-90 plan with the dates that were already in the exhibit, the changes that that Jimmy just mentioned, plus some additional cleanups, like making sure that, clarifying that all of the other types of rates stay in place. I've already got an exhibit that does that. What I would just need is if the ultimate decision is to change from something other than 1050/90, then we probably need that to be a motion to update the exhibit first, and then we need to take some time to get the exhibit right before we vote on the resolution.
So just to clarify then, Mr. Harding, would your motion be with this updated draft that Mr. Jones just mentioned?
If we could take a look at the draft, from what he described, I believe
I'll send it to Bryce right now.
what he described would be my motion. My motion would be to amend the ordinance, the proposed ordinance, and my motion would be to adopt the amended. I guess I should split those. So,
Well, or if what they're presenting is already amended, we could just vote on that too.
yeah, I could make my motion that we would approve the motion, the ordinance, the amendment.
Amended as stated by Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll second that. I mean, assuming that when you see it, it's what was intended.
It doesn't appear to be the right one. Let me try it again. Maybe I didn't hit save after I made the changes.
Well, he's looking at that. I do have a question. It seems to me that the 1090 plan gives those that are going to be impacted the most longer to prepare for it, rather than having the rate change, from January to July. In January, they would have the 10%. They would be clued into, something has changed. There, if they hadn't heard, if they somehow the information didn't get to them, they would see their bill. They would see the 10% increase and that they were being charged per unit, and then they could come to the city and say, find out more if for some reason they didn't get the information up front. Then from there, that January, they would have actually longer. They would have, because the new rate wouldn't start till July, and they would have that full year to prepare. So it's almost like a year and a half to prepare. They would be paying the 10%, but they'd have longer to prepare and get their contracts in order before. Where in this proposal, the 1050/90, they really only have from July. I mean, in July, they're 50%, and so that's a more significant increase to try to. Does that make sense? Yeah, so from July on, it's not 10% anymore, it's 50%, and they're, having more of an impact sooner. And then 6 months later, they're going to double, so or almost.
Question on that. So I think I interpreted the 1090 proposal differently, and maybe it's not what you had intended, but it sounded like you were talking about doing 10% in January and then doing the next adjustment sort of off cycle the following January. But are you saying that the 90% adjustment would be 18 months later on July 1st?
Or are you saying 6 months later?
12 months later.
12 months later was what I understood.
So on January 1st, yeah. So then we're. Do we get back on cycle the next year, or?
It would be there. You would be there, but you just have longer to prepare for it. Correct? Is that the way you presented those numbers, or am I understanding it correctly?
Well, I guess the concern on the waiting to January on the multi-unit would be what the impact would be on the single family, and if that would stay on the 5-year plan, which is based on July 1 implementations. So I guess if we implemented July 1 of next year, to increase the single-family home, but kept the multifamily at 10% of the old rate till January, and did that every year, we would always be, those rates would be staggered, unless we push back the single-family home as well, and push the 5-year plan back 6 months each year.
Okay, Mr. Stewart?
After January 1st, 2018, it doesn't change, so really it's not about cycles anymore. We changed it twice, 10% in January 2017, 90% January 2018, it's the same thing from then on.
Is that how you figured the numbers?
That's what it showed on the chart.
Yeah, so 90%. So that's what I'm saying, instead of having, they'd have the 10% increase in January, but according to this plan, the 10/50/90, then they would have another increase, 50% in July, and then they'd have the 90% in January again. And what I'm saying is with the 10/90, they have the full year to prepare for the 90%.
The 90 would be a year after the
Yeah.
50.
Oh, I mean a year, but yeah, but they would have the full. Right, so yeah, the fiscal year, July to July. So yeah, so what I'm saying is the 10%, then they would have that full year until July. That's when they're preparing their contracts, but they would have that time to prepare for the big change, where with this plan, it's gonna come up, I mean, it's gonna be, 10, then it's gonna be 50 in July, and then it's gonna be 90 in January, where this would be 10 in January, 90 in July, right? Am I confusing everyone? It just seems like we have longer with the 10/90. We give them more warning, they give them more opportunity. We initially tell them they see the 10%, so they'll see their bill, whether they've heard the meetings or understand or the information got to them, they'll see the bill, they'll see that something has changed, and they'll have a full, more than a year to come and figure out how to work that out.
So in all of the options that I presented, the 10% was only for 6 months. So
Okay, so it would hit 90% in July.
after
Okay,
6 months.
that's what I didn't understand, okay.
At least that's as proposed, although the discussion is centered around the fact that you could change that.
Yeah, because I think I think the idea was increase it 10% and then give them a full year to, before they have to start doing the 90%. The next year, they would end up having to pay the 90%. Correct?
Yep.
Yes, the concern I mentioned earlier was that if we did that in between the two January 1 implementations, we'd have a July 1st single-family home increase based on the 5-year plan. That the 10% would then be no longer applied against, it'd be still applied against the old FY17 single-family rate.
So the single-family rate wouldn't increase.
Well, in all the options I've presented, everything was, but the 10% was starting in July 1st. So we could time them the same, but those numbers aren't reflected in what I presented.
Okay. Mr. Harding?
So I think the point is that the 5-year plan calls for a rate increase. And if we're going to talk about it, single-family residential rate increase happens every July 1st. And so if we start to phase this in, but if we're doing the phasings on the Januaries, come July 1st, we have a rate increase on the single family. So would we keep the multi-unit at 10% of that? If so, then there would be an increase then as well. It's still the 10%, but it's 10% of a new base.
Well, it depends what we pass.
What's that?
We could pass it where it doesn't, the 10% is of the base rate, and then it doesn't go up again until January.
Okay, and we could do that, but I'd have to run.
That was my intent.
Okay, we'd have to run the numbers. That actually might be less than the single-family residential if the single-family residential bumps up more than that.
It could be. I'm just trying to give them back some warning and then a year to adjust.
Okay.
Mr. Jones?
I really wish I had a whiteboard right now. So just to address that last question, I did some quick math, and I wish that I wish John Borgett were here, and maybe Jimmy can tell me where I've gone wrong with this, but because I recognize this is dealing with percentages instead of absolute numbers. But The 1050-90 plan, if we look out to July of 2018 and how much they'll have paid by that point, where it will be 90% regardless of what plan you do. Under the 1050-90 plan, they'll have paid 10% for 6 months and 50% for 12 months, which, if you add up the percentages, that adds up to 660. Under the 1090 plan, if you modify it for the rates to accelerate at the year mark, they'll pay 10% for 12 months and 90% for 6 months, which adds up to 660. So the total is the same, it's just when they start paying.
And if I could add, I really think the 1050-90 is simpler because it synchronizes with what we've told residents we were going to do in terms of the single family. We don't have these, except for this one in January. Then we're back on track after that. So.
Mr. Harding?
I also think that we're giving them 10 months' notice before the 50% goes into effect. And so hopefully, the word gets out. Past experience suggests that it won't, and it really won't be until January 1st when that 10% goes in that people start paying attention, like, wait, my bill just changed. But we are giving them 10 months notice that, hey, this is going to 50%. We're going to give them that warning, the bigger warning on January 1st, and giving them 6 months. And then the 90 kicks in July 2018. So I think there is a lot of equivalency here. So I guess it's just which way we think is better. And I think the 10-50-90 is cleaner, but I don't think we're talking too drastic changes here.
And the billing question is a big consideration too, to how it gets billed. Do you have a comment you want to make about that, Karen? Maybe you've already made it, but make it again.
Yeah, Jimmy and I worked together on the billing model and the implementation, and I'm confident that we can bill it, no matter. Shouldn't say that. I say that very cautiously. No matter how you decide. I will say the models that he has presented to us, we can bill them. That's our billing system can handle that. That's not a problem. Regardless of where the numbers are when you implement them, we can do that. So I'm confident in that. I get very concerned about the calls that we're going to receive due to the increase and the timing of those. Very sensitive to the citizens always. So I want to make sure that, again, I hear you talking about giving the landlord plenty of time to prepare for that rate increase. That's my primary concern, is making sure that we do give them ample notice and that we communicate well with them on the implementation time and what they can expect. So I would say we've not done a very good job sometimes about communicating with our MDU landlords about our rate increases, because they do just pass it off to their tenants in their lease agreements. And so I would just make sure that we communicate well with the public for that rate increase.
Question?
Thank you.
You 10, 50, 90 increase, you have to have two changes. 10, 90, you have to have one change. Well, two or three changes, excuse me, 2 or 3.
Well, we obviously would prepare. We want as least changes as possible, for us as a billing, but whatever is,
Do you prefer having two changes or 3 changes? You care?
2. Definitely the least amount of changes possible for us. We are very involved in the Provo 360 project right now, so any changes that you do make affects us and my team and the timing and the resources that I have. So we're very focused on our new billing system. Our current billing system is limited in our functionality, and so you can get as creative as you want most of the time, and yet we're limited in what we can functionally do. So I would just stress the fact that we are really involved in the Provo 360, and in the next couple of years, we'll have the ability to have more functionality and rate design structure available to you to be more creative in your rate structures.
But
right now, we're very limited.
So 1090 would be in January, you have to increase the multifamily 10%, and then a year later, you have to increase it 90%. And then the 10, 50, 90, and you have to make 3 changes, 10% change, 50% change, and 90% change. So that gives you an extra change. So you prefer the 2 versus the 3?
Well, I personally prefer, prefer the 2. My team would prefer the 2. That's their work, but, whatever you, agree upon, that's what we'll do, so. 2, of course, is preferable, but 3 is fine.
Mr. Harding?
That's a good point. I just want to note, just notice that if we do it on July 1st, because of the 5-year plan, we're already changing the rates. So the 10, 50, 90, really there's just one change, one additional change that's already going to happen. And that's because we would be doing it on January 1st. Other than that, whether the rate changes, the rate's going to change regardless. And so it's whether we, so I think we basically, we're looking at 1 additional change if we do the 10, 50, 90, and 2 additional changes if we do the 10, 90. Is this?
This is the right one, so if I could just walk through real quick the changes from what you've seen previously. If you scroll back up at the beginning, so I've removed the strike through from this initial block and added a sentence that is in the schedule that wasn't in the ordinance, just to make sure that was remained. Then if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, or at least past the red text, all of the red text has stayed the same. The rest of this chart is currently in the consolidated fee schedule. I just put it on the exhibit to make clear that it remains in the consolidated fee schedule. So those are the only changes to what you'd seen before.
And can we scroll up to those red charts? Okay, so we're looking at January 1st. That's the 10. Okay, scroll down just a little bit more. July 1st. That's the 50, all right, and then there's the 90. Okay, so with what we have there, I would move that we adopt this amendment.
Second.
That's a second by Mr. Stoll. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Those in favor? And those opposed? Thank you. Those in favor, Mr. Van Buren, Mr. Harding, Mr. Sewell, Ms. Santiago, Mr. Winterton, and Mr. Connect. And those opposed, Mr. Stewart. Sorry.
So I just want to clarify for the record. So when you said pass this amendment, you're referring to the one that's on the screen. Is that correct?
That is correct. The one that is presented to us on the screen.
Okay.
So, yeah, the 10, 50, 90. Okay, the next item is a resolution approving the interlocal agreement between Provo City and Utah County regarding the use of Part 19 tax revenues, and this will be introduced by Mr. Graves from our Public Works Division, our director from our Public Works Division.
Thank you. Just for a little clarification, maybe for those who are not familiar with Lakeview Parkway, there's been a little bit of confusion because about 3 years ago, we started construction on a roadway project that was called the Provo West Side Connector, which is a roadway that runs from I-15 out to the Provo Airport. During the course of construction, to clarify that roadway corridor, it was decided that the roadway would be named Lakeview Parkway. So we currently have a section of the road that would be called, or will be called, Lakeview Parkway, we're looking to complete this fall. The agreement that we're talking about here is the next roadway segment of a phase construction schedule for the next section of Lakeview Parkway, which would run from the Provo Airport north to Center Street. This interlocal agreement that is being presented tonight and the associated resolution is an agreement with Utah County to reimburse Provo City for monies expended on that section of Lakeview Parkway from the airport to Center Street. The amount of the reimbursement is set at $6,617,000. That money was approved through a project selection process through Mountain Land Association of Governments, and was recommended for approval by the Technical Committee as well as the Physical Planning Committee. This interlocal agreement has been presented to the Utah County Commission because the source of funding for this interlocal agreement is the third quarter cent sales tax, which comes through Utah County. And they have approved that resolution on their side to enter into the agreement with Provo City. And so this is our action to approve that same agreement, allowing the administration to sign the interlocal agreement so that the funds could start coming as costs are associated with the project. Unless there's other questions.
Other questions for Mr. Graves? Okay, thank you. Bring the discussion back to the council. Or a motion? Mr. Van Buren?
Motion to approve the resolution approving the interlocal agreement between Provo City and Utah County.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Van Buren. Discussion on the motion, Mr. Sewell?
So I just want to say one thing. I know that on any type of project like this, and especially this one where a lot of land is involved and landowners, I know there's some concerns. There are some negotiations that haven't completed. And my understanding is that the construction will not begin until either the negotiations have completed successfully or that a request comes to the council for eminent domain proceedings, and that at least that process is started. And so I don't, given that, if my understanding of that is correct, I don't see anything to be gained by delaying this. But I do want to say I'm sympathetic. There's some tough decisions and negotiations that need to happen before this is all done. So,
Ms. Weiss? That was Mr. Winterton. Yes, thank you.
Madam Chair, I think this is more or less a protection for the city as we go forward, as we're making our plans. It's helping us to make sure that our costs are covered as much as possible. And we're just planning. And we're not necessarily saying that that the route is, we have talked about the route, and we're still looking for best options. And I still think, we're just planning. It's a protection more than anything to help us fund this.
Are there other comments? Okay, so the motion is as written. Correct, Mr. Van Buren? Okay, and the second was Mr. Winterton. And any further comment? Those in favor? And so the voting is unanimous in the affirmative with Mr. Connect excused. And I would like to just ask those in attendance as well, if you happen to be here to comment on item number 16, which is an ordinance amending Provo City Code to modify yard definitions and the requirements for minimum lot widths and require yards for corner lots. If you're here for that item, or if you would like to speak to that item, would you just show me by raise of hand? Okay, thank you. So, in that case, we'll skip to that item, and then we'll come back to item number 9. And we will discuss an ordinance amending Provo City Code to modify yard definitions and the requirements for minimum lot widths and require yard for corner lots. And Mr. Maxfield, actually, is Mr. Maxfield here? Okay, well, you know what? We'll wait till he gets here. Okay. We'll go to item number, oh, there he is. Okay, great. Sorry, I'm sure you felt like you had plenty of time. I thought there were going to be more people here for this item, but we do have some that would like to comment on it. So if you don't mind introducing this. Oh, and this, I believe,
On the corner lot one.
this is actually going to be continued, right? Correct? Or
Requested
recommended?
this be continued until we can look at some situations on the design standards, make sure that we're in compliance with those. The intent of this is principally to apply for infill development in existing neighborhoods and other places as might be, deemed appropriate by councils.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Maxfield on this item? Then look for a motion to continue then. Yep.
I'll make the motion to
Mr. Van
continue
Buren?
this item.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Do we need a date for the continuation, Brian?
Oh, we need a date certain on this, or do you want to just let me know and I'll put it on the schedule?
Yeah, it's up to you. I don't know the renoticing.
If we had a date certain, then we don't have to renotice it, so that would be helpful. And then I just throw, it's up to the chair, of course, but whether you want to allow this gentleman to speak because he is here tonight. So.
Okay.
I would assume then, obviously, trying to get things ready for a work session, at least bring some of the information back to you. So coming back to your action item, I think would be a couple of meetings out in that regard. If you went to a date.
Is it going to be ready for the September 6th work session?
Yeah, coming back to that work session, so the 20th then or something?
I would recommend then just continuing it to the work session on the 6th, and then at that point, we can schedule it for subsequent council meeting.
Okay. So is that okay?
That would be my motion.
Okay, to September 6th. Okay, and is there a second? And then we'll have discussion. Thank you, Mr. Harding. Okay, and Mr. Woodard, do you still want to comment tonight? Okay, we wait till we speak on this in September. Okay. And actually, in the work session, that will be, we don't typically take comment in the work session, but it will come to a council meeting, and I'll let you know for sure what date that's going to come to actual council meeting. It may be the same date. It might be after September 6th, but I'll let you know. All right, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Those in favor? Okay, the voting is unanimous in the affirmative. Thank you. So we'll now go to item number 9, a resolution approving an impact fee funding agreement with the redevelopment agency of Provo City, authorizing the use of tax increment in the South Downtown Community Development Project area. And we will hear from Mr. Walter, our director of the redevelopment agency.
Madam Chair and council members, good evening. This item is to memorialize the arrangement that the city previously approved with collecting tax increment to be generated from the City View apartments to pay up the impact fees associated with that department. It was felt that in order to more formally commit the city and the redevelopment agency and affirming to each other that this was the intended use for the project and setting aside the monies that would be generated for the payment of the impact fees, it was prudent to enter into an MOU between the city and the agency. So this resolution is asking the city to approve that MOU. Concludes my presentation. I'm available for any comment.
Could you explain for public benefit just the agreement, in the agreement where it talks about if less money is needed for the impact fees or if there's a surplus?
Sure. The agreements that were entered into to provide for the tax increment financing called for that money to go towards the payment of the impact fees that the city normally charges on a project. In this case, if the tax increment is insufficient to meet that obligation over a 12-year period, then the developer or the developer's successor in interest will pay the difference. If there is money available, then it, obviously if it goes to pay the impact fee first, we calculate that on an annual basis. At the end of the period, we either stop collecting increment early or we apply that to some of the other things in the South Downtown Community Development Project area.
My understanding with this agreement is that if there is surplus, you don't call surplus, that PEG Development would be able to put that into their development.
They have asked that they might be able to apply that towards some of their other fees, perhaps reimburse themselves for some of the things that they have paid in order to get it to this point. So,
Thank you. Mr. Winterton?
Yes, the impact fees that we're talking about, are we talking, I know that we have park fees, we have impact fees. Are these impact fees that we're paying for, are these any and all impact fees? Or are they specific?
impact fees that the city charges the developer. So if there's an impact fee associated with the county, this would not be covered in that development.
But impact fees, we have an impact fee for parks.
For parks, for power, for water,
So it will apply to all impact fees.
all the impact fees that the city, and it's been estimated to be roughly $692,000. There have been some recent developments that, there may be an additional $87,000 that should have been allocated to this project, but wasn't initially when the project came before. So if that's the case and it is an impact fee, that would be eligible to be reimbursed through this agreement. I think it's important to note that this does not include any of the normal permit issuance fees or inspection fees that may be required of the project. Those are typically the normal course of business, and so we're not paying those or waiving those in this case. And we're not waiving the impact fee in this case either. We're just providing an alternative payment method.
Unless we recoup all our impact fees, and then they could apply to some of those.
Yes, if we recoup all of our impact fees before the end of the interlocal agreements, they could potentially do that, yes.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Walter? So we have a motion by Mr. Van Buren and a second by, no, I'm sorry. Getting ahead of myself. Sorry, okay.
I just have a comment. I think we've had some discussion about the tax increment application and the purpose for it. And as we look at the purpose, it says pursue economic development initiatives, eliminate blight, enhance residential opportunities for citizens, provide a vibrant downtown, beneficial public purposes of urban renewal, redevelopment, economic development, and community development in the respective spheres of operation. I'm going to vote against this tonight because I think we've reached a point where we need to consider how quickly and how often and how much we give on this tax increment in this area. I think all of those things that this project could improve would happen without the tax increment. And I think as we have been raising so many of the fees and so many of the burdens on our citizens that I just can't in good faith continue this in this area. And so I'll not be approving this tonight.
Mr. Jones?
If I could just clarify one thing, this particular transaction has been a three-step process. And so the first step, which was a couple months ago in a special meeting, you may remember where we had a special meeting on Thursday. What we did is we came in and the council approved an agreement between PEG Development and the city that allowed PEG Development to use tax increment financing to pay their impact fees instead of paying the impact fees up front, which our ordinance normally requires. Then a few weeks ago in another council meeting, both the RDA and Provo City approved the tax increment financing for this project. Those agreements are already passed and executed and approved. The only thing that the agreement in front of you tonight does is it's an agreement between Provo City and the RDA that says when the RDA collects the tax increment financing, it's supposed to give it to Provo City to cover the impact fees rather than giving it to PEG Development. That's the only thing that this agreement does.
Thank you for the clarification. Mr. Winterton?
Yes, I had some concern. I appreciate what Kay's saying. We do have a more vibrant downtown than we've ever had in many, many years, and I'm grateful for that. I just feel at this point this is a different project than we've had before because it is a market rate project, and we're not doing tax increment finding. I mean, we're not doing subsidized housing in this area, and so I think this is a little bit different, and this is some of the things that we do want to encourage. And my biggest concern is how far we are down the road. And Kay and I have talked a little bit about that, and that is a concern for me with the commitments that we've already implied and almost agreed to, basically agreed to. I would feel uncomfortable pulling the rug out right now.
And from what I understand of what Mr. Jones said, this doesn't really pull the rug out right now. All this is doing is agreeing that when the RDA gets the tax increment funding, they will give it to the city to pay for the impact fees.
Right.
So that the city will get the money from the impact fees by this vehicle, right?
Right. Normally, under the agreements that have already been approved and passed, the RDA would collect the tax increment and then turn it over to PEG. This is just an agreement that obligates the RDA to pay it to the city instead so that we get our impact fees back.
Mr. Harding?
I think what was said at the very beginning really makes sense. This is merely formalizing what we already agreed to. Formalizing one aspect of what we've already agreed to.
Mr. Stewart?
Yeah, if we don't vote for this, then the RDA would not be able to give it to the city. So I think that would be RDA maybe would like to keep the money, but I think it needs to come to the city, which was the agreement.
I would have to take that up with my chairman.
So is there any other questions or comments? Look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution as written.
Thank you, Mr. Winterton. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Those in favor? And those opposed? Thank you. Those in favor, Mr. Connect, Mr. Winterton, Mr. Stewart, Ms. Santiago, Mr. Sewell, Mr. Harding, and those opposed, Mr. Van Buren. The next item of business is a resolution approving an interlocal agreement with the redevelopment agency of Provo City, authorizing the use of tax increment in the Aviation Services Community Development Project area. And this item will also be introduced by Mr. Walter.
Madam Chair, members of the council, again, good evening. This item is to allow the redevelopment agency to collect the city's portion of the tax increment for the development that would occur at Provo Airport for Duncan Aviation. By way of background, Duncan Aviation approached Provo City a number of years ago, I believe in 2007, 2008. And through an exhaustive process that they undertook, they have selected Provo City to be basically their home in the West, where they are going to develop, they're going to put about $75 to $80 million of capital investment in and around Provo Airport, as well as hire 400 to 600 people over the course of a number of years. Duncan Aviation is a maintenance overhaul and maintenance repair and overhaul, facility that focuses primarily on private commercial jets. And they run a very impressive and a very distinctive facility in Lincoln, Nebraska and Battle Creek, Michigan. Their clientele has urged them to find a place in the western United States that would help them. They've selected Provo, and this agreement tonight is asking the city to forego their portion of the tax increment that the redevelopment agency would then use to help construct a $7 million concrete ramp that would help Duncan to facilitate their servicing of their clients. So later on tonight, there'll be other interlocal agreements that'll be presented to you for your consideration to be with the other taxing entities. That is the crux of my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Mr. Winterton?
Yes, I know that the state has pitched in on some of this too, and I think it'd be interesting.
The state has, and they have met with the State Incentives Board, and the State Incentive Board, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, approved an incentive package for Duncan Aviation as well. I think that's going to go primarily towards the installation of some capital equipment that they need to meet EPA requirements. It won't fully cover all the costs, but it'll go a ways towards that.
And then the increment that it'll go to the runway, to the ramp. And does that go until the ramp is paid for, or is that tied to? I was looking for a certain.
So the way the ramp will be funded is, it is approximately a $7 million cost for the concrete ramp. We have obtained a grant from the Economic Development Administration for half of that amount. So we are proposing to use the tax increment and potentially sell bonds in order to get the money up front to pay our portion of that cost. So the ADA requires us to match their amount, so we have to come up with another $3.5 million. We're going to be using the tax increment from the project in order to do that. We've had meetings with the county and the school district for them to consider participating in this project, and they've both indicated that they're willing to do that.
And it doesn't look like it will run past 2037. We're hoping that the increment will be able to pay that off before.
Yes. And a lot of this is the timing of when Duncan will make their capital investment. They are meeting back now in Lincoln to decide the timing of that. They could potentially accelerate it, so we could have more increment up in the front that would hopefully allow us to pay it off sooner.
Are there other questions? One thing maybe to note too is that this agreement has been in the works for 8+ years, I
Yes.
think.
Yes.
And the city really did a lot to get Duncan to come. And because of the downturn in the economy, things didn't happen as quickly as they wanted. But the great thing about Duncan Aviation is that full build out, they will supply upwards of 700 household sustaining jobs. And there's just not regular jobs. These are household sustaining jobs, and that's the exciting thing about having Duncan Aviation be a partner here.
When we had the nice thing about the jobs here is that if there is a child who's currently in the Provo School District who is interested in aviation, this would give them an opportunity to go and be a part of a pretty fantastic organization. They have a wide range of skills. They completely do all the cabinetry, all the carpeting, the interior wiring. They can completely tear a plane apart and put it back together. They wouldn't necessarily do 100% of that here in Provo, but they would be able to do portions of all of that. The other thing that I think that it's important to note is that with Duncan's imminent arrival in Provo, this has given Utah Valley University and Mountain Land Applied Technology College additional incentives to go ahead and add air plant and airframe programs and certifications to their offerings as well. And so we would have another opportunity currently USU offers that, and they get pretty much all of their graduates through that program are hired by either the commercial aviation companies or in some cases Duncan takes some of them, but this would then broaden the offerings that are offered through our educational facilities to residents of Utah County. So again, this would be a nice opportunity for Provo, a nice opportunity for Utah County and Utah Valley in general. So,
Mr. Knecht?
Well, you just answered my question I was going to ask about the educational opportunities, so thank you.
you're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Walter? Mr. Winterton?
No more questions, but I was amazed to get the opportunity to go out. It is such a clean operation. It's not like your regular mechanic shop.
No.
I mean, they're uniformed. They are it is an amazingly clean operation. They talk about dropping a bolt. They have to know where that bolt is. they'll find it or they're in big trouble. So it's just amazing how clean that is. As we met with the Lincoln City Council, I was impressed with their recommendations of what a great partner Duncan was to their city. And I look forward to that coming forward. And as we think about what they're doing for our airport, they're already going to make a big impact on helping us maintain our control tower, which we every year it's evaluated, and this will just help solidify our need for that.
If I could just make one more comment, as I understand it, when Duncan came to Provo and selected Provo, Provo did not put the biggest incentive on the table for Duncan, but Duncan selected Provo because they felt that there was a much better fit with Provo and the work ethic that Provo has and Duncan has. And that's why they felt it was a much better match than going to another community and getting a larger incentive package.
Mr. Connect?
And we competed against how many other communities?
I don't know. I know that the final selection was between Albuquerque, Ogden, and us. And it,
22, George says.
I was not familiar with the initial selection, but I know it was very extensive. Duncan sent a number of people that combed through Provo and pretty much put the community under a microscope. And at the end of the day, it was because they felt that Provo was a much better match for them internally than the amount of money that was put on the table for them.
Any other questions for Mr. Walter? Thank you. So this item is scheduled for public hearing tonight. If you would like to speak to this issue, please come to the podium and state your name and city of address. City of residence.
Is that too long? And okay. The Aviation Services Community Development Project area has been a brainchild of the city's staff since 1975. If you want to read about it, you need to go to see the general plan that Leland Gamet wrote back then about building Provo's Aeronautics Park. The preservation of the area around the airport became a lost cause when the airport master plan was passed. That was 15 years ago or so, and I tried to alert the neighborhood then. At this point, it's a done deal. So I'm not going to argue about creating this area. What I am going to argue about, and I mentioned this to DIxon Holmes earlier today, is that that project area ought to be expanded. It ought to be expanded not just for Duncan, but for areas all the way to the west, south of Center Street, that the city owns. This would include, what's his name, who owns the storage units and the property that the city owns. And it ought to be expanded south to the property that the McCords own. When you do that, when you put that in a project, not only does that change the designation of the area, it makes the property more valuable, it makes it more attractive to a commercial developer who would like to buy and develop airport-related uses. I think that you're giving Duncan a really good deal, and I have no problem with that. Okay. At this point, I have no problem with that. I had some problems with it, I don't now. But I believe that any privileges we give to one ought to be available to everybody. And that means that if we build a $7 million apron for Duncan, we ought to build it for some air freight company that decides to come in. And that may not be built by the city. There may not be any income generated by future airport development. And I think that the council needs to decide whether or not they're willing to give these same kind of benefits to a private enterprise that they're giving to the city. So look at that that development project area, I'm going to ask you for a copy of the creation of that zone and look at it and take that to some people who are smarter than I am. Because I think that you ought to consider, if you really are going to have the kind of development that Steve Gleason has predicted at these work sessions that he's given reports at during the last year, then you need to put in place preemptive measures rather than acting after you've got the deal. You see what I'm saying? You have created this after the Duncan deal's done, and that's a good idea. But if you would expand that and create it for a larger area, you could attract the kind of development that you want at the airport, and also thereby make the property of the property owners around the airport more valuable, and they'd get a more fair compensation. Any of that make sense? Somebody nod. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. McCord. Are there other comments? Seeing none, we'll close this portion of the public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion or a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve a resolution approving the interlocal agreement with the redevelopment agency of Provo City authorizing the use of the increment in the aviation service community development project area.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I will gladly second Mr. Stewart's motion.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Those in favor? Thank you. The voting is unanimous in the affirmative. We'll now look for a motion to recess as the municipal council and reconvene as the redevelopment agency of Provo.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Connect. Is there a second? Mr. Sewell, thank you. Those in favor? Voting is unanimous in the affirmative. Thank you. Mr. Chair.
We have a resolution approving interlocal agreement with Provo City, Provo School District, Utah County, and the Central Utah Water Conservancy District respectively authorizing the collection of tax increment to facilitate the aviation services community development project area. Mr. Walters. By the way, is your tie your tartan?
Yes, sir. It's not my family tartan, unfortunately.
Okay. Just a question.
My son, who was in Poland, was kind enough to purchase it for me, so.
Okay.
Polish tartan for all I know. Mr. Chair and members of the Redevelopment Agency Board, good evening. This item is the companion piece to item number 10. This is the authorization for the Chief Executive Officer of the Redevelopment Agency to enter into interlocal agreements with the taxing entities of Provo City, Provo School District, Utah County, and the Conservation District, Central Utah Water Conservation District. Sorry. We have had meetings with the entities and explained the Duncan Aviation proposal to them. We've extended, an opportunity for some of them to join us to go back and visit Duncan. Unfortunately, that didn't work out. There was not schedules did not permit for them to go, but they've all expressed an interest in seeing this project proceed and recognize that it does hold value not only for Provo City, but for Utah County and Utah Valley. I could go on about Duncan Aviation, but so.
We'll open it to questions for Mr. Walters from the council. Any questions? Thank you, David.
Thank you.
We'll bring it back to the council for a motion. Scheduled for a public hearing. I'm not sure that on mine, but we can open this to the public for public hearing. Is there anyone here to discuss this issue? Seeing none? Yes.
My name is Frank Stubbs. I live in Provo. I'm in favor of Duncan Aviation. And I didn't come here for this issue, but me sitting here in my mind, working the way it's working, and this gentleman standing up here and say Duncan Aviation is going to bring 700 jobs to the community. But previously, when I hear you say we're going to do a waste increase, well, Brigham Young provides 3,000 jobs to the community, and they have upwards of 4,000 apartments. So I don't know if you thought about the increase you just gave Brigham Young University, who has been here for years and has facilitated this community. So I think you need to just sit down, think the whole thing through, even though I'm in favor of Duncan Aviation coming. But you're giving them tax break, tax break, and tax break. And yet I sit back there and I see BYU, who has been here for years, who helped establish this community. You just threw over $1 million a year burden on them. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments? We'll close the public portion, bring it back to the council for a motion.
I move that we approve the resolution approving the interlocal agreements as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Second by Mr. Winterton. All in favor? The voting is unanimous in the affirmative. Move on to number 12, a resolution of the Governing Board of the Redevelopment Agency of Provo City approving an impact fee funding agreement with Provo City authorizing the use of tax increment in the South Downtown Community Development Project area. Mr. Walters.
Mr. Chair and members of the agency board, good evening. This is the companion item to item number 9 that was previously considered by the City Council. Again, this is affirming, the agency and the council affirming to each other that the agency will use the tax increment collected from the from the City View apartment project to pay for the impact fees. Again, we are not waiving the fees. We are just paying them through the creation of the capital investment by PEG Development through the building City View apartments. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Walters from the council? See none, thank you.
Thank you.
Bring it back to the council for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Winterton. Is there a second? Mr. Connect, seconds. All in favor?
Did we want any discussion or invite discussion?
Any discussion on the motion before we vote? Sorry. Okay, all in favor? All opposed? We have 6 votes in favor. Mr. Winterton, Mr. Hardy, Mr. Sewell, Mr. Connect, Ms. Santiago, Mr. Stewart, and voting against Mr. Van Buren. We adjourn as a redevelopment agency. I call for a motion to adjourn the redevelopment agency of Provo's meeting and reconvene as the municipal council of Provo City Council.
So moved.
Is there a second? Mr. Connect, second. All in favor? Voting has been unanimous. Turn it back over to Ms. Santiago.
The next item is an ordinance amending the zone map classification of real property generally located at 965 South, 1600 West from agriculture to single-family residential. And this item will be introduced by Robert Mills, planner.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. This item before you is a request to rezone property located in West Provo along 1600 West, approximately 965 South. The amendment consists of approximately 4 parcels that consist of approximately 15.5 acres that you can see up on your screen. These are just some photos of the property traveling. This is on 1600 West, traveling south, looking at the property. Again, looking at the property This is looking north from 1600 West. The existing home there would actually be included in this development if the proposed rezoning were to go through to allow about a 51 lot subdivision that would be zoned R18. This is also looking, this is from 1150 South, looking north into the property. Currently, the general plan actually designates most of this area as residential, and so we were using that as our basis for evaluation in this request for rezoning. You can see the property outlined in red, and then all of the surrounding properties are also zoned, or excuse me, designated as residential, with the exception of Footprinters Park. This is the current zoning designation, which is Ag 1.1, which requires 1 acre lots. And then this is what the proposed zoning designation would allow, R18, so minimum of 8,000 square foot lots. The applicant, in conjunction with this rezone application, has proposed this subdivision layout, which would equal about 51 lots, one of which is existing, and then the parcel A in the corner that's kind of outlined in blue, that's actually a detention area for runoff and things like that. The applicant also has some additional images and things like that that I'm sure he will go through, but just to give a little bit of recap, the staff in our evaluation of this application and this proposal, we felt that it did meet the most of the requirements generally of the general plan, in that it's to be zoned, or excuse me, the anticipation is that this area would redevelop into single-family residential homes and things like that. There is a stipulation in this area that development not increase over 4 units to the acre. This development, as proposed, would be about 3.3 units to the acre, so well beneath that threshold. For those reasons, staff recommended approval. Planning Commission heard this item as well, and also forwarded a positive recommendation to the council. I do want to just highlight a few issues, though, concerns rather. In the Planning Commission hearing, there were several neighbors that were not necessarily opposed to the project itself, but were concerned about the traffic volume on 1600 West and what that would do to the community and things like that. In the applicant's analysis, they did perform a traffic study, and that traffic study concluded that this development specifically would not have a significant impact on 1600 West to the extent that it would create a negative environmental threshold. The applicant will be improving its frontage along 1600 West to that prescribed by the Public Works Department, as well as their frontage along 890 South. And for those reasons, we did recommend approval with just 2 conditions. There were a few things from the Coordinating Review Committee that we are ongoing and would be coordinated with the applicant, and also that the applicant include in the recorded covenants a stipulation that variances requested to allow construction with any required yard will not be approved. So we actually wanted that on the plat itself when we get to that point. I'm available for questions. I know that the applicant is here ready to make a presentation as well.
Are there questions for Mr. Mills? I have a question because I'll admit I zoned out for just a minute right at the end when you said that that it wouldn't be approved, the construction in this side, in the lots wouldn't be approved. Is that what you were speaking to? Or have you addressed that issue?
So yeah, we just wanted to make it very clear to anybody purchasing these lots in the future that they would be aware up front that request to build outside of the required buildable area would not be approved.
Within their lot.
Right, so we wanted to make sure that people were aware that they would be only allowed to build within their buildable area, and that if they were requesting a variance to go into a required side yard or something like that, that would not be approved.
Okay. And was that in response to citizen concerns? Is that in response to planners' concerns?
Just because there were some lots that were a bit irregular in size and location and things like that, and they are buildable. You can build a home on those lots, but we just wanted to make sure that any prospective buyers were very aware of that situation, that the city wouldn't be amenable to granting a variance for those types of things.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Other questions?
Do they plan on selling these lots or developing them themselves, or are these just lots for sale?
I would let the applicant answer, but from what I've understood, that the applicant would most likely sell these to an actual builder rather than developing themselves.
Mr. Van Buren?
Regarding the improvements on 1600, I think we saw a slide in the work meeting that kind of showed that profile. Do we have that one? I think there was a 6-foot walking path with the...
Oh, thank you for that reminder. An additional concern that the neighbors presented was the possible impact that additional housing and residents in this area might have to children going to school and things like that. Sunset Elementary School is right up here on 6th South, and so residents were very concerned, and I'm sure that they will voice these concerns to you tonight more eloquently than I can. But their children or children in the area would be pedestrians on this road, and there's really not a lot of area for them to walk. And so as a goodwill type of gesture, the applicant suggested, just one second, these are some of the applicant's images, and I'm sure he'll go through them to get to the one that you're talking about, Councilmember. Oh, there it is. The applicant suggested providing funds to the Public Works Department to allow for restriping the 1600 West to allow for a pedestrian path along there. So there is some form of delineation between vehicular traffic and pedestrian traffic.
Just follow up. I think some clarification. I think we talked about restriping, and then I think Mr. Graves said that there would be a need for some asphalt.
That was my understanding as well.
And also, I think to relocate at least 2 utility poles. And are those costs all going to be provided by the developer, or does the city have some cost in that, or is there an agreement either way on that? Or
I believe that the applicant is working with the Public Works Department on a fixed amount. I'm not exactly sure what that amount is, and I'm sure that he can speak to that better than I can.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for Mr. Mills? Mr. Connect?
So if we were to envision eventually this whole street being improved to a collector status, and I know that the developer is going to improve the portion in front, on his frontage, to that level, but often we talk about the impact that's farther away from the project, since everyone who develops on this street will end up using it, and we talked about the high cost of actually turning in the whole street into a real collector, because you may end up having to buy up some homes and whatever. So I just wondered if we had thought about that part of it, that every developer would pay a share of the final bill over and above what they might have to do on their own frontage.
Yeah, so just to go back a little bit. And I'm sure that Public Works could speak to this better than I could, but it seems like the developer has a responsibility for their portion, and then because that road is slated as a collector road, the plan so thus far has been that would be development driven as far as when it's expanded and things like that. As we talked about today in work study, if the council saw fit to move that up as a priority in working in conjunction with the Public Works Department, then yeah, they would be incurring those costs. I'm not exactly sure how that would work as far as a remittance type of cost if that would be applied other than an impact fee or something like that.
I guess my fear is that all the easy parcels will be developed first, and the ones that would require actually buying out a home will be avoided, and then you'll have a bottleneck.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Mills? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now invite Mr. Alan Prince to come to the podium.
Bryce, it's not working. There we go. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Chairperson, members of the City Council, thank you for the privilege of being here. I've been intrigued with some of the questions, and so in the spirit of the Olympics, if you don't mind, I'm going to do a Michael Phelps and just dive right into the deep part of the pool. We'll get right to the heart of the matter. If I can get back to, well, let's start here. This is a poor place to start, but let's start here. Ladies and gentlemen, you have an ordinance. Whether you are married or single, white or black, gay, straight, male or female, Hindu, Muslim, Mormon, makes absolutely no difference. What makes a difference is that the ordinance is honored and met. And I don't think we have ever done, I've been subdividing land my entire adult life, and I don't think we've ever had one where we've given more, voluntarily given more, or received less credit or less respect for having done so. So tonight, at the risk of offending everyone in the room, I'm going to stop that process. The road from where we would begin the new addition of 890 South. 890 South will be a public road. It's a 56-foot road, and right now does not exist. Where that goes out to the east, back into the interior of this neighborhood so that additional parcels of ground could be gained access. From that point, north to 600 South is not our road. It is your road. And if you have made the election over the years, for whatever reason made sense to you, and I believe you had reasons that made sense to you, to not put the physical improvements in that roadway, it has nothing to do with us. Let me underscore this point. If David Day were here, I don't see Dave, but I've gotten to know Dave quite well in the last year. I asked Dave the other day in the Planning Commission, if we did not have this subdivision, would that make an impact on 1600 West? And the answer is no. His answer was no. It was 66 feet wide, planned and budgeted out years and years and years before we ever came into the picture. So whether we build it or whether we don't build it makes absolutely no difference to the plan for a 66-foot road. Knowing that there was an issue, and it's the 900-pound gorilla in the room, we decided that we would address it directly and say, we would like to make a voluntary contribution. I believe we started at $3,500 and have since gravitated to $5,000. And that money is still on the table, for which the city would take our money and we, at our suggestion, paint stripes up 1600 West. We don't want to paint it. It's not our road. But we will give the money as a contribution to the Public Works Department. And the little stripe you see on the right is only to illustrate where the walkway portion would be. It is not to then rebuild a new walking path. That isn't our job, nor do we wish to tackle that one. What it does do is you've seen where they'll paint a double line, and that sort of demarcates this, and then we would pay for signage to go in, showing as cautionary signs, showing children walking. You've seen the signs, you know what I'm talking about. We're happy to do that. But an issue was raised a moment ago, sir, about the easy pieces. So let's just turn to a different image, if you don't mind. Did I just turn that off altogether? Right here. Let's start with the neighborhood. You can see the subdivision and you can see its frontage on 1600 West. We were asked, your ordinance calls for, it's very typical in development, that you'll go to the center line of the road, and then if it's a 66-foot right-of-way, you'll measure off in both directions an equal distance. That's what the center line represents. In this case, Public Works asked us, because they had done a bit of a study and realized that if they went to, there's a bit of existing curb and gutter on the west side of 1600 West. And if they started at that point with the face of that gutter and pushed the road over to the east, it would ultimately, at the end of the day, lose the fewest number of possible homes if and when that road were ever widened. And I think they used the number of 3 homes at the end of the day. I've heard that number. Again, it has nothing to do with us. What that does have to do with us is that if you make that shift, so for the center line effectively shifts over, because you're using an arbitrary and artificial means of beginning your 66 feet, that being the existing curb and gutter, it pushed the road 15 feet onto our property. Now, my attorney's here tonight, and he'll be speaking to you in a moment, and if I'm not mistaken, we could have said no, but we didn't say no. We said, yes, that's fine, we'll do that. We'll absorb that area into our lots. So it's not lost on anyone. We didn't get the 15 feet for free, nor do we improve it for free. On 890, the road up on the top, 890 South, we were asked, your ordinance requires a half-width street. That is a 56-foot roadway. And again, the question was raised, if we, a moment ago, the issue came up of what does it mean about this agreeing to put that into the CC&Rs about no changes in the future. I'll get back to that, but it was driven by this point. And that was that if we agreed voluntarily and at our own nickel to shift away, we have a neighbor here who would be impacted if that road didn't shift away from his property. Half of that would one day be on him. We agreed to shift the road down so that the face of the curb and gutter was on the edge of our property and a full width street would now be constructed. That ground we paid for, those improvements we paid for, the cost of those 2 roadways, extra over and above, I'm not saying anything about the cost of building them, we would have had to build them one way or the other. But the extra cost of putting that in as a matter of goodwill and working with your public works staff is over $100,000. This area, as you are well aware, is quite rural. I fell in love. This is the problem. I drove down there one morning, and it was so doggone beautiful, I fell in love with it. And I've never stopped loving this piece of ground. It's absolutely remarkable. We think it's just the neatest place going. Being so enamored with it, we started looking around and there was all this vacant ground. Well, why is it sitting there as vacant ground when it's 4 and 5? You're 3 minutes, 4 minutes away from the end of the front runner station, and you're 5 minutes away from the new Temple or New Skin or downtown, all these business hubs. Why would this ground still be there? And the answer was it was deficient in physical improvements, specifically storm drainage. We had water in the street and we had sewer in the street, but we did not have storm drainage. Now, in candor, we came very close to a major lawsuit with the city because dry creek drainage exists, and we had gone to every single one of the landowners, and all but one of them had agreed to give us an easement to let us put our storm water into that creek because that's where it naturally flowed. And we did not believe the city could stop us from doing that. I still don't believe they can, but that's beside the point. We finally decided that rather than make an issue, we would go work with one of the neighbors because we were being asked, would you please provide an easement this isn't for us, this is for Provo City. It is a public easement. And the easement runs from, if you were to go to the intersection this evening of 1150 and 1600 West, 1150 South, and you look south, you'll see a gate. From that gate down to the new collector highway, we have agreed to the purchase of an easement for $100,000, and we're giving it to the city for free. Then the city came back and said, this is when I say city, the city staff came back and said, look, you are mandated by our ordinance to put in 18-inch pipe. But we don't want to put in 18-inch pipe because we want everybody to be able to use this. And so if we're going to put it in, let's put it in right, and we'll upsize that pipe. The cost of that upsizing from 18 to 36-inch to run that entire distance back up is $135,000. We have agreed to that with your city staff. So when you start adding these up, today when I was a fly on the wall in your work session, you spent a tremendous amount of time on the subject of permits and fees and how are we going to pay for this and that and the other, and where's this income going to come from? That's your elected job. This subdivision, the 50 new lots, represent an infusion not of the physical improvement of the project. Anybody has to do that, right? We're not anything special in that regard. That's about $1.75 million right there that gets given to the city, but anyone would have to do that. What we agreed to do was include fees, costs, $5,000 to $6,000 per lot to the betterment of this community. Our lots didn't get any more valuable because we did that. In fact, that came directly out of our pocket. But please understand the costs involved in bringing this rural area up to speed. Now, we've seen pictures tonight, as we've gone through here, of a home that's part of our community. We're wrapping around the gal who owned it and was selling us the ground, wanted to keep it. It's the home she grew up in. We've agreed to fence it. We've agreed to put the frontage in for her at no cost to her, so it wouldn't be notched out and left out of the physical improvements. That home represents so much of the housing stock in this neighborhood. The IRS has long understood that when you build one of these physical structures, it doesn't sit there. It starts to slowly, it'll go up in value in its initial years and then caps and begins to slowly go down. And if you do not constantly renovate and update your housing inventory, you get entire areas that are affected in that manner. It is time that you use someone like us who's willing to do it and infuse that capital to make this community work. We've gone to extraordinary lengths, and we're grateful for the privilege to do it, to be honest with you. We don't hold any burden about that at all. There's no grief at all. We've agreed to do it. We're big kids. But I'm going to make an offer tonight that frankly occurred to me as I'm sitting over there. Again, sir, this one's for you. The the street. You have not invested in this neighborhood and its street. Well, you did on 11th, but not on 1600 for quite some time. We are entitled to a remuneration in our storm drain pipe from 890 all the way down to the highway. Anyone else who comes to connect to that system is supposed to pay in some formula that the city has long since established. We are offering tonight to donate. We will assign the rights to that income to Provo City, and you will have those funds available to do with as you need to in the widening of that street when the time comes. You're not going to widen that street in the time we own this project. It's just not going to happen. We know that, and I imagine you probably know that too. We will widen to the standards that I've described and that we are mandated. We will widen the road out to its normal standard width. Curb, gutter, sidewalk, park strip, sidewalks, the whole 10 yards, both on 890 and on 1600. And we'll give you an infusion, a capital infusion, to paint it initially, and then to build up a kitty. As homes are built here and building permits are issued, if you will just take that money and not spend it elsewhere, you'll have the capital to make all the improvements you need in that street. I don't know how to make a more enticing offer than what we've done with this project. Have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Mr. Connect?
I appreciate that explanation, and some of those details were new to me. Do we have a development agreement as part of this?
I've inquired about a development agreement and been told by the staff that because this was an R18 zone and that zone had its mandated zoning criteria, that would govern and that we wouldn't need a development agreement. Now, if we need one for the things I've just talked about, we're happy to do it.
Right. That's kind of why I asked.
I'll give up this podium if there's no other questions. Thank you very much for your time and attentiveness.
Thank you. We'll now invite the neighborhood chair, Brian Taylor of the Sunset Neighborhood, to come to the podium. Thank you.
I've got a presentation this evening as well. I apologize if I talk too quickly. I do so when I'm nervous, and so I apologize for that.
If you could speak into the microphone so we can hear you a little bit better, that would be great.
I'm talking very
You're
quietly.
great.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm a teacher, so I do this a lot. So anyway, our presentation this evening is regarding Mr. Prince's Scott's Corner. And as was said, the neighborhood in general recognizes that development is coming. That's a given. And we're recognizing that. And I believe that Alan Prince has gone through all of the appropriate and met all of the appropriate standards for the area based on the master plan. And I commend him for that. I absolutely believe that he has the best interest of the area by building these R18s. However, my issue is tonight, number one, I would like to speak to the mayor and let him know that the development board was snarky and condescending to all of our neighbors. And I don't think there was a single one that walked out of here that didn't feel like they were degraded and talked down to. So I'm trying to bring some science back to the discussion. As I was told by Mr. Jones, we were science deniers. And I was really offended, and I think that he offended just about everybody in my neighborhood.
So by way of clarification, do you mean the Planning Commission?
Planning Commission, excuse me, yes. So that you understand that that was completely unacceptable. To be so snarky and so condescending that I think every single one of my neighbors were offended by his talking down to us as though we were science deniers. So let me bring some science back to this. In the discussion with regards to the collector and the size of this road, the city has defined it as such. Collectors are a certain size and local streets are a certain size. Within the master plan from 2014, it comes up the only time that 1600 West is noted is the improvements from Center Street to 600 South. that they're going to be a three-lane wide, and they're going to be sidewalks, and they're going to move power lines. Hasn't happened. From 2011 to 2015, Provo City has not done it. So why would we believe that anything south of 600 South would even take place? Since the work that was promised or outlined in the master plan to take place has not. So, when I'm looking at drawing 601, which is Provo standard drawings for the smallest road possible, the smallest road possible gives a lane width of 10 feet with a shoulder width of 16, thus giving us 32 feet of paved road for the smallest local size of the street. 1600 west from 600 south to 1150 south is 24 feet wide. That's fine. 24 feet of asphalt. The problem with the 24 feet of asphalt is there's zero shoulder, zero curb and gutter, zero planter buffer space, and zero sidewalk. So any improvements that take place on that are going to still put any pedestrian along there at risk. So to follow even your own code, you would have to minimally add 30 feet to the width of that road to bring it within any type of code. And the 3 houses in question are 41 feet from the pavement. That would mean that the front door basically of that home would open up onto a sidewalk. So what's happening here is that this road is, yes, 24 feet. Now, I'm not really sure how David Day designated the 24 feet. He was staying on the date that in question on July 13th when he was talking about the traffic study. I'm not sure what they call ADT, average daily trips, how many he was referring to. He said on 24 feet could handle 10,000 trips a day. But obviously we won't want to have that. On a collector road, that's 7,000 trips a day. Well, that's the designation for 1600 West. But as a local road, because this is not, the 24 feet of pavement doesn't qualify as a local road, doesn't qualify as a collector, doesn't qualify as any type of road that I can find in city of Provo. And so to then designate a traffic study based on what designation? How many trips per day? Well, according to the 2004 plan, it says here that it's an existing collector. Sorry, is there a laser on here? And if you notice here that it says here that it's a collector, that's great. But on the improvement plan, you can see that from 2011 to 2015, 1600 West from Center Street to 600 South has improvements. And in the fiscal years 2016 to 2025, plans are set aside to improve the road from 1600 West from 1150 South to the airport connector. Notice a void there from 600 South to 1150 South. There's no plans to do anything. None whatsoever. The city has not set aside anything to improve upon what the city is designating a collector. How can we know what to do? How can we approve development when the city doesn't even know what's going to do with that portion of the highway or the portion of the road? So, from that, we notice that it says here that the below capacity is in green and yellow is approaching capacity. Well, in 2010, this number 1 says here vehicles per day in thousands. That number 1 means there's 1,000 trips on that section of road from 600 South to 1150 South. There is 1,000 trips per day. Okay, if you're designating that 24 feet of pavement, because I wouldn't really call it a road because there's no shoulder, there's no sidewalk, there's nothing else associated with that. Therefore, pedestrian traffic must take up some right-of-way on the street. That tells me that if I were to designate it as a local road, Its capacity is 1,800 trips per day. That's the maximum amount allowed for a local, for what's called designated a local road. Well, adding 850 trips per day from a single development, let alone any other development that chooses to move in this area, exceeds that road instantaneously with a single development. That goes to 1,850 trips a day. Now, Provo City says that the maximum they're going to allow is 90% of the maximum, which is approximately 1,720. So if, in fact, Provo City is going to approve this development, they realize that they're going to add to that 1,000 trips per day another 850 trips per day, taking it from what I would consider a local road, even though it doesn't qualify as such, to 1,850 trips per day, exceeding livable capacity. So I'm just bringing that science. All of the discussions, these are the notes that I took from the meeting that we had the other day, and please forgive me for my presentation. I do have a day job. I have noted here that along 1600 West, the red zones are no shoulder, must walk in street. That is not negotiable. Because the shoulder is less than 2 feet wide, you must walk in the street. Therefore, pedestrians are taking up right-of-way of traffic. The yellow zones, my good neighbors that have those 3 houses along there happen to have parking along that area, and they've removed their front lawn so they can put gravel right along those areas. So if you'll notice, I put green all along this great big field here. That'll be Scott's Corner. I believe that he will fulfill his duties and make the road wide enough and give easement to pedestrian traffic throughout that area. That means every child within this development will walk along this red and dangerous area where there is no shoulder, nor is there any plans by the city to improve that area. And if they, of course, if they wish to go south, Mr. Prince didn't say anything about that. Heavens forbid they take advantage of Footprinters Park or the ball field or go over and watch a high school baseball game. They would be equally in danger by walking south along 1600 West. There is no shoulder. In fact, many of the neighbors along there have their fence go right up to the pavement. There is no other alternative for it. To demonstrate that this is the north end of 1600 West. This is looking north, and you can see the shoulder. Where's the shoulder? There is none. There is no place for pedestrian traffic. This is on the west side, this is on the east side, and this is what it looks like if you happen to park a car there, which, by the way, means that, none of 1600 West is designated as no parking. However, our neighbors were in the process of taking pictures along the west, were cautioned by our police department to remove their cars because it was too dangerous. Now, what does that tell you about 1600? It's not perception. There is a discrepancy between what we see as neighbors and what the engineering department calls 24 feet of pavement. You're right, there are 24 feet of pavement. But there is a discrepancy for Mr. Day left out the very important piece of information that there is no shoulder. There's no other place for pedestrians to walk. There's no other place for bikes to ride. There's no other places for children to ride skateboards. If I'm looking south, you will note that no shoulder looking south from Scott's Corner all the way up to 600 South. Let's turn around and look south. This is what it looks like when somebody's walking a dog. And you can note here on the picture on the far right, that car's in completely the wrong lane. And that's the only way they can get around pedestrians, somebody that happens to be riding a skateboard, which it appears, and somebody jogging. So pedestrian traffic along there creates a very large hazard. And so the perception or the discrepancy as it was brought forward, and I'm sorry I didn't know the gentleman that was sitting here for the Planning Commission, but he even prefaced his question by saying, I know this is a mean question, but why is there a discrepancy? Mr. Day couldn't answer that. Goodness, has Mr. Day not been out there?
Has he not looked at 1600 West, or does he just make assumptions off of Google Map and drawings, or on old drawings that happen to be construction drawings of this road? And fine, if you look at this, they talked about curb and gutter on the west side. And they said they wanted to meter everything from curb and gutter and head west because they didn't want to move power poles. Oops, all the power poles are more than 3 feet in front of curb and gutter. Unless the city is going to leave the power poles in the middle of the street, I believe there's going to be moving of power poles regardless if they go east or west. There's a lot of work to do on 1600 West. The collector designation for 1600 West from Center Street to 600 South essentially dead ends into what I would consider 9 foot wide, if we take up 6 feet on one side of it by painting a stripe and saying that's pedestrian, takes up and reduces that to a 9 foot wide lane. They don't call that a road, they call that an alley. 1600 West and then dead ends into an alley. What we're asking is, what's the plan? Where is the city going to go with this? Development is chomping at the bit to develop out here. In fact, that was one of Mr. Prince's questions. Why is all this land sitting out here not developed? Because Provo doesn't have a plan for 1600 West, and there's no way to get to it. Now, I would contend that there's some people that are happy about that, but I would also contend that we do know that expansion has to take place. Development is going to happen sometime. But until Provo, the city council, and the planning commission, and the roads works determines to give us a plan, a real plan, and possibly, I don't know, maybe even put it in the master plan, because for right now, what's in the master plan says you're planning on doing nothing. There's a hole right there. I would really like to, if I may, Bruce Gammon was very kind enough to lend me his pictures. If any of you would like a pictures, if I may approach and... Sure. These are the pictures that Mr. Gammon has gratefully taken and would like to share with you and let you really understand. I would encourage any of you to come out to 1600 West between 600 South and 1150 South and walk it. I do so every Saturday with my dogs. You'll see me out there. So please, check it out. It really is a wonderful place. I've got wonderful neighbors, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to represent them. And I do believe I represent them in the sense that a plan has not been forthcoming. Any questions? Okay. Thank you for your time.
Other questions?
Okay.
No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this item is scheduled for public hearing, so if you would like to speak to this item, please come to the podium and state your name and city of residence. Thank you. Ms. Weiss.
Sit here, if that's all right. I've got to find her public comment.
She's going to, the recorder, Ms. Weiss, is going to read a comment first, and then we'll have you after that.
Okay, where did I put it? Go ahead and I'll find it.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. McCord, if you would like to.
Okay, I wrote it down so I could be clearer. I listened to Alan Price and Prince, and had to laugh. His comments made him seem awfully entitled. He's not entitled to anything, since in Utah, vested rights for development come with zoning, and he hasn't got it yet. His allusions to his attorney and his previous lawsuits with some city are kind of funny. The bottom line is that a zone change is a change of law, and in order to justify it, the council must establish some public purpose. This development does not accomplish a public purpose. It actually flies in the face of many of your stated public purposes. A variety of housing types spread throughout the city, as one example. Not approving new developments before the area plans are finished, for another. Delaying development until infrastructure is in place, for a third. The neighborhood is not ready for this rezone. And as far as what the actual adopted council policy for the Southwest area, the general plan is overdue for an update, required by law every 5 years. When I did my little subdivision, I had to wait for a general plan update, a transportation master plan update, a local street plan, for another developer to make his plans, and for a dozen other things. It took me 10 years to subdivide a horse pasture. So saying that this delay is going to cause him grief is just way out of reality. What are your policies for this area? You don't know yet. The Southwest Area Plan has not been finished. The argument that no new development should occur at all on the west side, that the west side should be preserved the way it is way too late. The decision to build out the farmland between I-15 and the lake was made several years ago, and the discussion of whether the city should or could prevent development has already occurred. The objections to insufficient infrastructure, including access, have been addressed. You've got a new road going in, you've got new lift stations going in, you've got storm drains, water lines, you've got those things going in. I agree that 1600 West needs improvement and that the city should make at least as big a priority as some of the other roads that are getting city attention and coordination right now. Children are as important as cars. And if Dave Graves is going to the kind of lengths he is to get Lakeview Parkway built so that we can have great access to the airport and Duncan and the high school, there ought to be that much attention given to make sure that the children can walk to school safely and that that road can get improvement. And that means money, and that means city coordination. I remind you also of the conclusion that 6 previous councils before you have come to, that unless the city is willing to buy land and put it into a conservation easement, the farmers have the right to sell it to developers. But the city can control that development. They can time rezones. They can insist that impact fees, sufficient impact fees, are charged, and that would include parks. Where's the open space that's being preserved as the kind of development that's going to occur on the west side is anticipated? This development sucks. It is, as Ross Chapin said, Ross Chapin, if you remember, was the pocket neighborhood specialist who you brought down in December to talk about smart development. He said, when I showed him the plat plan, it appears that the developer is just following through on the standard subdivision rules that most cities have. The proposal I'm seeing amounts to streets lined with garage doors. Provo should at least require rear access lanes and street-oriented porches. You're talking about walkable communities, you're talking about smarter development, you're talking about affordable housing, and if you approve this tonight, you're approving the same old thing that you've always had. It's not ready to be done. Your Southwest Area Plan isn't done. This developer should be sent back to do a better plan, and I hope you don't approve this. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. McCord. Are there other comments?
My name is Ruth Johnson. I live at 691 South, 1600 West. I am the oldest resident on 1600 West. It's a beautiful place to live. People on 1600 West love their gardens. We love our flowers. We love our pets. My home is one of the homes that you will be demolishing because you don't want to move the telephone poles. They told me at the first meeting that the sidewalk would be on my front porch. Now let me tell you something. I've lived there since 1961. I've raised my children there. I have a brick split-level home that my father built when he was dying of pancreatic cancer. I feel if you're really going to widen the street and do things, consider us. We moved in there in 1961. The Morgans moved in 1962, and the Isons moved in 1963. All 3 of our homes will be going, they said. How do you have the right to demolish my home and take away what I have worked and my husband's worked with and living. I have fish ponds, I have a vegetable garden, I have a beautiful place that I would like to live until I die. I beg you to please consider, I know the road's coming, the development's coming, but can't we move telephone poles rather than wreck people's lives and move them? I think it'll kill me the day you demolish my house. I really do. I love it a lot. I know progress is coming, but can't there be another way without having to take our homes? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
My name is John Beathers. I live at 845 South, 1600 West in Provo, and I'm on the other end of the spectrum. She's lived there the longest. I'm probably one of the newest residents down there. I live in the property that's just adjacent to the development, so I'll be sharing about 450 to 480 feet of my property line with the new development that will be going in. I'm in the same boat as him. I go down there, and the reason I purchased my home is because I do go down there and felt just this overwhelming sense of that rural feeling, and that almost like you're going from the city to the country just by crossing over one line. So I understand why he's wanting to develop it, but I think developing it into smaller lot sizes would have been my thing, to crunch it down into these smaller neighborhoods. Again, it's going to happen. I understand that. But if I'm putting my 2 cents in, I'd like to see more areas like mine where you do have the acre per house, and it still has that farm feel. I still think there's somewhere like that that's necessary in Provo. This might be that kind of place. By opening it up there too, just in my own personal thing, it's going to be taking away some of my own privacy, having 50 new neighbors next door to my house. As well, I'm going to have to worry about my security of my property. I have some fun things in my yard that I think will attract all the neighborhood kids, and it's going to be something I'll have to worry about. I ride BMX bikes professionally. I tour around the country. My property I use as a training facility when I'm home to be able to practice and do what I like doing. I have a feeling that 50 new homes is going to be 50 new kids trying to come over and knock on my door every day. Not that that's a problem, but it's a nuisance of sorts. I'd like to keep the country feel down there as much as I can. And then safety. My concerns with the road are the same as before. They went over those basically, that we were made to feel at the commission meeting that the science of it was set in stone, that it was going to be able to take the 850 cars per day additional to what we were doing, and that the road wouldn't have a problem with that, and I would agree it wouldn't if it were just cars. But the fact that there are people down there walking those streets, enjoying that country feel day in, day out. It was me walking the dog in the picture when they had it up on the screen, so that is something that happens on a regular basis. Whether we go out for a run or a jog, we share the roads down there with people driving, and it is dangerous to just haphazardly add the additional homes in there without taking into account the existing roads would be negligent. So I think that's pretty much covers my end of it, being that I'm a new guy down there, so want to keep it nice.
Thank you, Mr. Beathers. Are there other comments?
My name is Bruce Gammon. I live at 870 South, 1600 West. And I've lived there off and on most of my life, or about half of my life. Moved in about 1943. I was a young boy on a dairy farm. We used to herd cattle down that street, going down the city pasture. A lot of you guys don't. There's a few here that might know a little bit about that. But it's a nice place to live, and I can see that development is going to happen in our area. But, and you know, to tell you the truth, I really like what he's done as far as the housing that we're getting is good quality housing, it looks like to me. But the big problem is with you, what you haven't done, what has been said. If you allow this to happen, what's going to happen is in a couple of years, we're going to have about 200 kids walking up that street that is not fit for children to walk on. Sister Lori Stubbs hauled her kids up and down that road to the school up on the corner until they're raised right now, because the road wasn't safe for a few kids to walk up the road. Now, what you're doing, you're turning this loose. If you approve this, you're turning Provo City is going to be liable for the next kid that gets killed there. The individual that's selling that property to him almost got a kid killed right there. He lived right in the house that John lives in. So we've had problems on that street before. Now it's in your hands to either take care of the road the way it should be. Let's not build a car without any wheels. That's all I can say to you. Let's put wheels on the car before we build the car or before we finish. That's what I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gammon. Are there other comments?
My name's Jeff Stubbs. I live in Provo. And
I'm sorry, would you repeat your last name?
Stubbs.
Thank you.
When we go to the planning commission meetings, they say that they don't like leapfrog development. Well, this is leapfrog development. And when we went to the neighborhood meeting that Mr. Prince put on, it was a 10-acre subdivision. We haven't had another neighborhood meeting, and now it's a 15-acre subdivision. And the road is not safe. I parked my truck in the road, and I was approached by the police where they were going to tow it. And it's 8 feet wide, and they said that I was taking up the whole east side of traffic. Well, they want to paint a line 6 feet into the road for a sidewalk, and it's not going to take up the whole east side of traffic. It's almost as wide as my truck. The road is not safe. It never has been. And you want to add another, he's got 50 houses, and he says that he's got at least 2 more phases that he wants to go into. He's got options on other property. He doesn't own anything. All he has is options. He says he owns, and he's giving the city this and that. He's not giving the city anything. He's going to make money off of whatever he does. He's not going to lose money. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Stubbs. Are there other comments?
Good evening. My name is Peter Hewitt. I live on 1024 South, 1600 West. I'm just kitty corner to the southwest of the new subdivision, the proposed subdivision, I should say. And a couple talking points I wanted to say is, it has to do with the plan that's there, or the lack thereof. And that's where our biggest concern is. I think that's what everybody's voiced. I don't think you have a whole lot of people here that are opposed to growth and to development. It just has to be the right kind of development for the area to handle the infrastructure that the area has and that is improvable, really. Making this a 5-lane road with a turn lane in the middle is really not an option without taking houses out. And I know that, in 5 to 30 years or something like that, we may end up connecting to the airport, new airport road. And I just don't see a lot of that happening, especially with adding a high-density subdivision like this. I've had some experience with family members that have been trying to develop property out there, especially behind me. My father-in-law used to own 6.5 acres behind me. And it always seemed like the city was bent on making it very difficult to do any development out there. I am on the west side, and I even heard ridiculous reasonings like, we would rather the east side be developed before the west side. And I just don't understand that at all. That just makes no sense to me. I don't get it. I don't understand that. I think, I also think 1 acre lots is not a very viable option, to be honest. I think the lots need to be no smaller than half acre, but anything bigger than that, it makes it very difficult for development to take place because of the cost per acre to develop the property. If you don't get enough lots to sell, there's no sense in developing it because you can't, it's not financially feasible to do that. I've lived there since 2004. We have 6 kids and a couple young ones still going to Sunset Elementary. And we have never let our kids walk to school. And it's because of the road being very unsafe. And so that's basically my comments. I think, we've seen a lot of opposition to this tonight. And I think the city needs to step up and make a plan for the foreseeable future and allow development to happen, but the correct kind of development, not high density for a road like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt.
Hi, my name is Craig Collette. I'm a Provo resident. I stand in favor of this development. I have interest in seeing the area grow. I'm a real estate broker, an owner of an office here locally. I have 74 agents and we need inventory. We need properties just like this that will allow people to come here and be anchors to our neighborhood and to our community. We have a lot of starter homes in this area, meaning that they can have a couple kids and then they have to move away. Duncan Aviation's coming. There's a lot of jobs. It would be terrible to see all these people come but buy a house somewhere else in another city and not be part of this community. It meets our city's visions and goals. It meets all the criteria, requirements of the master plan. It meets the vision that we've invested millions or invested so much in to build the Lakeside Connector. Building the Lakeside Connector, we created a vision, and I think Scott's Quarter goes in line with that vision. And it's smart growth. If the city doesn't approve this, I think we're sending a message to all builders and developers that Provo's not pro-development. And that's something that we can't have. That's something that we need. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rowlett.
Hello, my name is Austin Peterson. I actually live in Gilbert, Arizona, but I lived in Provo for my high school years on the west side. And I come to Utah several days a month because I have business interests here. And I echo what Craig Collette said there, in that you're sending a message that we're not open to development. The reality is we have a world-class university here in the city of Provo. We have students that are coming out of that university highly qualified to fulfill jobs that are here with world-class employers. And many of them would like to live in Provo, but they're choosing to live elsewhere because there aren't great opportunities for new housing in the city of Provo. And I think it would be a mistake to not approve this. And I agree with Mr. Collette that you're sending a message that developers and builders shouldn't be looking to Provo to build new homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Good evening. My name is Paxton Guyman. I'm legal counsel for the applicant. I'd like to just share a few comments with you, and I appreciate your time and patience tonight. I think it would help to bring the discussion back into focus a little bit. We're here tonight for a request for rezoning. We're not here tonight for site plan approval or plat approval. And I emphasize that point because some of the concerns which have been raised tonight, which are very legitimate concerns, what should be done to the road, what shouldn't be done, how should the project be oriented, Those are valid concerns which are appropriately addressed and resolved at the site plan and plat approval stage. At the rezoning stage, all of those engineering details and site plan details are not up for decision. They do not need to be resolved tonight. It's fair and appropriate to think long-term and consider the implications, but truly, your zoning decisions are to be guided by fairly basic standards. First and foremost, what does your general plan say? Here, your general plan designates this area as residential. What good is a general plan if it's ignored? The general plan says this is the appropriate area for residential development and growth. The applicant is requesting rezoning approval that will bring it into compliance with the general plan. Now, your planning staff has recognized this. When you're looking at making a rezone decision, you look to a few things: your general plan, the advice and recommendations of your planning staff who have recommended approval of this project, and you also take into account the wisdom of your planning commission. Here, your planning commission unanimously recommended approval. So to deny this project would be to say, we're going to disregard the general plan, we're going to disregard staff, and we're going to disregard the planning commission. This is the time to allow development in this area to move forward. Mr. Prince, and I can attest to this because I've been directly involved, has gone to great lengths to resolve infrastructure concerns. The comment was made earlier that you shouldn't allow any development until all the infrastructure is in place. Well, hopefully you recognize that that is a fantasy. Infrastructure comes into place piece by piece as projects are approved and developed. That's how infrastructure gets installed. Each development has to install its portion of the necessary infrastructure. And that's exactly what this applicant is proposing to do. In fact, he's doing more than that. A question was raised, well, what good is being brought to the public by this project? There's a lot of good, not the least of which is that this developer has negotiated to acquire rights of way for storm drain all the way to the south from this project. It's not just a storm drain system that will benefit this project, it will benefit the entire area. It's the storm drain system that your master storm drain plan calls for. At great expense and effort, we are resolving that concern to allow a storm drain system that will benefit the entire community. This is a project that meets the standards for approval. If ever there was a project in this area of Provo that should be rezoned, this is it. There's a need for this kind of housing product. There's a need for development to occur. We strongly encourage you to follow the recommendations of your staff and your planning commission and grant the rezone request tonight. We will resolve the other concerns as we go through the site planning and the platting and the engineering process. And then to address the concerns about 1600 West, there's already a mechanism in place. Not only will the developer build out its portion that fronts the project, but you have impact fee rights. If 1600 West is not already part of your impact fee facility plan, your capable legal counsel here can advise you. All you have to do is amend your impact fee facility plan so you can start collecting impact fees to fund whatever it is you want to do to expand and improve 1600 West. It's the appropriate type of system roadway that can be funded through impact fees, as all projects in the area that will benefit from that road are developed. There are no insurmountable problems here. It's not unusual to hear concerns expressed, but the sky is not falling. This is a beautiful area, very suited for development, and the infrastructure concerns are already being resolved. We urge you to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guyman. Are there other comments?
Hello, I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Frank Stubbs. During the planning, or when it went before the planning commission, we as the public were able to to voice our opinions. And then Mr. Prince was able to come up and I want to say, play on our words. And so tonight, maybe I get to play on a few of his words. Tonight, Mr. Prince 12 times says he was entitled to this project. No, Mr. Prince, right as this moment, you are entitled to build 14 homes on that piece of property. For right now, it is zoned agricultural, 1 acre lots. So right now, you are entitled to 14 homes. You also said you are in compliance with the ordinance 16 times. You are, yes, you are if it is passed tonight, but you are not entitled to any ordinance until your zoning is passed. City Council, tonight, I am one of the Stubbses who you passed the privilege for me and my farm, my agricultural business to cross your new road. You passed that so that I can continue my agricultural beef operation. Where our operation is based is directly east of this development, or west of this development. We own 7 acres right there, and that's where our operation is based out of. Yes, you have the capability to pass this, to change it from a 1 acre A11 to a R18. Why are we jumping that far? Why aren't we like this gentleman said, why aren't we going to a half-acre lot? Gives a person a chance to own a home, gives a person to continue agricultural, have a horse, have a few cows if they'd like. Why aren't we progressing that? Why? There's developments in the city where we're building for young, old, those kind of communities. Why aren't we offering communities where agricultural can stay in Provo? As a beef producer, it is very hard to operate in Provo. But I do it because of my forefathers. And they decided to settle on 1600 West. And that's where I choose, if applicable, to continue my operation. If this passed, I may, and up to this point, have tried to do what is best for the city. But me being on the west side of the road, I have the option of building a feed lot to feed thousands of cattle on the east side or the west side of the road. And so I'm saying to you, let's make a compromise. Let's do something that, yes, the area is going to grow. I understand that. But let's not jump just because one man wants to do something. Let's do what the community wants and what you want. Of course, his attorney's going to say what he said up here because he's getting paid to say that. And yes, if you pass this zoning, Mr. Prince is entitled to do that which he's put before you. It was expressed once that this corridor would be between 1 and 30 years in coming. By that time, many of the people will be gone. Mr. Prince also talked about he was entitled, he thought, to dump his wastewater into the footprinters and the stream going to the lake. If he's entitled to that, why did he approach me, offer me $25,000 per phase for an easement on my ground where the stream is going to the lake? But he stood before you and said he believes he's entitled to dump that water. But because he didn't want to, he's gone the $100,000 or whatever money he said for the right-of-way down 1,600. So for me, to you, the commission, is that, or the council, I urge you that you, if nothing else, that you deny this at this point and sit back and really look at what you're doing. And because that's twice tonight, I believe you've passed something, and then you're a couple of items back, you're asked to go against what you just passed. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stubbs.
Hello, members of the council. My name is Matthew Taylor. I live at 400 South and 400 West in the Franklin neighborhood. I know this isn't my neighborhood and not my side of town, but its future does impact the whole of the city and especially those within a mile radius, a mile and a half radius of this area. Some mention has been made about keeping with the bigger picture here, and also some mention has been made about the lack of vision, not having a Southwest master plan. I'd just like to remind the council that the council has adopted policies already and previously regarding this area until they're superseded by another policy. The general plan seems to be the standing policy of the council. For some reason, these policies do not seem to have been considered in the recommendation process. This is the Sunset neighborhood of the general plan, Chapter 6. The area between 600 South and 1150 South from 1100 West to 1600 West should be developed with uses compatible with the residential designation. The following guidelines should be considered in the development of this area. The area should be developed allowably in phases under multiple ownership. As a whole, an integrated plan using a specific development plan process, sort of like the Southwest Master Plan, as described in the area guiding principles and goals. Those currently wishing to maintain, I'm going to skip a few of the less relevant sections. The area should develop with a rural character in mind and should incorporate a balanced distribution of lot sizes, which should be interspersed amongst each other and should not exceed density limitations expressed in the Southwest Guiding Principle and Goals, which is roughly about 4 units an acre, if I remember right. Also, for the neighborhood as a whole, the general plan calls for the evaluate opportunities to expand public park services. I'm sorry, I'm going to skip that one. Well, this might be relevant. To better serve the Sunset neighborhood and resolve traffic, parking, and light pollution impacts on neighborhoods in the vicinity of the ballpark. And finally, an infrastructure improvement plan should be considered for improvements to sidewalks, drainage, parks, landscaping, and traffic conditions, which seemed to be an issue that came up a little bit earlier. So I just share that there are policies in place. Hope you'll consider those as you make your determination. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Mayor, council members, appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Rob Sunderledge. I'm from Highland, Utah, and I'm representing some interested parties and landowners in this area, specifically along 1600 West. I wanted to reiterate the point that Mr. Guyman made as far as process. I think he makes an excellent point as to what this meeting is. It's about the rezone and application for rezone. There are plenty of avenues within the city to discuss the details of how things grow. That's what staff is for, and that's what the different processes are for. This being a rezone application is the start of a series of smart development opportunities based on the plans that have been established through the city. There's been a lot of time and money and effort in establishing the master plans, the transportation master plans. I'm a civil engineer by trade, so I know what goes into that. I know the studies that go into it. I know the neighborhood involvement, the public involvement. Anytime you impact one area,
some people are going to not like it, other people are going to be in favor of it. That's the process and that's the balance, and that's where you have to come to a conclusion on how that master plan's laid out. It would be disingenuous to say that development doesn't hurt in some ways. Growth is always hard, but it's also a needed aspect of how a city grows, and that's been well thought out. The city has an excellent master plan, transportation master plan. When you see the slide up there, you look at 1600 West, and it's in a location that serves well for a collector road. You look at the West Side Connector, clearly a lot of infrastructure and cost and improvement to help facilitate how Southwest Provo is going to develop. You look at some of the rights of way or the areas on the collector or on the West Side Connector and 1600 West, the right-of-way has already been accessed or obtained, and it's been purchased, and it's clearly stubbed out to be one of the few intersections with the West Side Connector. And when we look at this area, we look at how this area is to be built. We look at the master plans. We looked at some of the higher densities. You look at the process of how you look at a development. What is a good development? There's always different ideas of what smart development is. Even amongst the neighbors, we hear the pod concepts, which oftentimes introduces higher density than the larger lots that other people want to see. So people's ideas of what good development, that's subjective, and there's a system in place within the city to take objective input with regard to design and specifics with that. But I would just like to say that we stand in favor of Mr. Prince's development because it meets the standards that have been laid out. With the designations, 4 units per acre, that's what the master plan says. That's what the density should be. No greater than that as far as what it's currently sitting at. Mr. Prince's development well falls within that. And so we looked at this as essentially a shoe-in development. I mean, nothing's a shoe-in, but it just felt like this met everything that they wanted that the city wants to accomplish with its master plans. And along with 1600 West, again, as an engineer, we see how that works. When you want to build a road on a small rural road, it comes with growth, and it comes one development at a time, and you have to get the growth there in order to facilitate the infrastructure improvements. And it's sometimes a painful system, but it's a necessary system in order to get your infrastructure in place. I think the city's established that well, and I think they've made it clear, and it feels like the development that's being applied for fits within all of the plans and studies and everything that the city has invested into. So I think it would be a shame to go back on that, as it's been well thought out and well funded, and it represents smart growth.
Thank you, Mr. Sunderland.
Madam Chair, could I just ask, he mentioned he was representing a group, I think, and I missed that part. Could we clarify that?
Sorry, we currently we do not have an application with the city right now, but we have, we're looking at property on 1600 West, south of 1150. And we looked at the Southwest area plan, looking at some of the high densities, and this being an area of much higher density than 4 units per acre. And so when we looked at that development, I know that this isn't the venue to talk about that development, but we saw a vision of high density there. We had a neighborhood meeting, we've heard input. We know that the higher density was, it was an uphill battle. And so we felt like, we're taking notes, and we're looking at the climate and trying to decide what makes for a good development. And so as of yet, we don't have anything in, but we've been considering everything across the board, and
Okay.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Other comments?
My name is Lori Stubbs. I live at 964 South 1600 West, directly west of the subdivision that he's proposed. At this property, we've lived there since 1998, and we lived in the house just south of that before that. So we've lived on 1600 for a very long time. My children attended Sunset View Elementary, and because of the unsafeness of the road, we did not let them walk. My oldest son, as he tried to walk down the road, a truck came by, and he ended up in the barbed wire and had to have stitches because of it. So the road is not safe. I know that's not what this is about. I want you to know I am not against all development in our area, but I am against what he has proposed. Our road is not ready for that, and neither is our area. I myself, we grow vegetables, we sell at the farmer's market. They're grown right there on 1600 West. This will affect what we do for our living. I think that a lower density would help to fill in the area with homes that would be pleasant for other people on the street and in our neighborhood. I feel like most of the people in our area really are not against development in general. Sorry. I feel like we weren't heard when we came before the Planning Commission, that they did not listen to us. As they spoke down there, over there. They spoke to us in a way like we weren't even there. It's someplace that they don't want to deal with. This is a beautiful, beautiful part of our city, and that's why we chose to live there. If you have ever come down 1600 and looked towards the mountains, it's gorgeous. This is going to fill it up with houses. It's not going to be the beautiful rural area that we live in, but putting in a lower density could keep it rural. We don't have a place in Provo for rural area and still have homes. We need this. Please, please do not accept this zone change. Thank you.
Thank you. And was it Ms. Stubbs? Yes. Okay, thank you. Are there other comments? Mr. Sewell?
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I just wanted to ask Mr. Taylor a question. Given his long time and experience here, I'm sorry, Mr. Matt Taylor, sorry.
Can we do that after public comment?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do that after public comment, or at the end of the public comment. No, we'll see you. Thanks.
My name is Lindsay Erkenbrack. I live in Orem, but my parents are the ones that own the 7 acres of the future development that we're considering. I just wanted to say from the neighborhood meeting, the big issue was that 1600 West is unsafe, that it sounds like people already are not letting their children walk on the road, that it's already a danger. I remember walking down that street growing up. My grandma lived just on 1100 West, just by footprinters. And we would walk to Sunset, and when we would ride our bikes, my parents were always worried, my grandma was always worried. So it seems like it's always been a danger. To me, bringing in more homes brings in more money and the ability to make infrastructure to correct that road anyway. It's not really worth it for developers to do half-acre lots. The money just isn't there. So my thing is perhaps bringing in the homes brings in more money, and we could actually correct that road on 1600 North. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there other comments? I'll invite Mr. Taylor back to the podium if you don't mind, Mr. Matt Taylor. Oh, do you have one to read? Yes. Okay, sorry, Mr. Taylor.
I'm sorry. I finally found it. I put it somewhere where I remember where it was and promptly forgot about it. This is a comment from Gloria Thomas, who chose not to come, and so she asked me to read her comment for her. She said, "To whom it may concern, I need to voice my objection to the zoning change proposal in the area of 1600 West, 600 South. Our area of town will be destroyed by this move. The farmers will be destroyed. I have lived in my home at 632 South, 1600 West for 32 years. My husband for 62 years. It is one of the only places in Provo, left in Provo, that has a slower paced life, with tractors going down the road where neighbors all wave. Don't get me wrong, I believe in progress. I believe that individuals should be able to sell their property. I live on an acre and will sell someday, but not R18. This area deserves to remain agricultural and move forward. It needs to stay a rural area with nice homes such as you see further west on Center Street. The master plan needs to be revisited and changed. Please do not approve this zoning change at the meeting. Thank you, Gloria Thomas.
Thank you, Ms. Weiss. Now, Mr. Matt Taylor, if you don't mind coming back to the podium, Mr. Sewell has a question for you.
Yes, Mr. Sewell.
So thank you for coming, Mr. Taylor. You outlined a number of principles and referred to the general plan and some other documents, but you didn't really, you kind of left us to draw our own conclusion. And forgive me for being dense, but would you just mind stating your opinion of how you would recommend we apply those principles and guidelines that you pointed out?
I was involved with the preparation of that 2009 general plan. I remember that the Sunset neighborhood was particularly involved in the creation of those policies. Those were not from staff, at least without, there might have been some input and some modification in the final draft, but primarily of my recollection, it's been a number of years, that was the policy of the neighborhood. I think some of the more specific language about this developing as a whole, or at least having a concept and master plan from the whole, may have come from staff. Trying to look at it from an integrated, holistic vision for the area, because you have lots of land ownership, you have lots of competing interests, and because of that, it's worthy to take a step back and say, what is the best for this area that is a shared vision between developers and the city and the neighborhood. Now, those are things I believe in. And what do I personally think is best? Well, my background is in city planning. I have a heavy emphasis in design, and I don't think it's particularly well designed. It's your typical bread and butter subdivision. It's nothing that will add true long-lasting value to the city. And the fiscal analysis, although I don't have the time to run the numbers, but based on case scenarios in other cities and municipalities, this is a fiscal drain on the city in the long term. I'm talking 50, 60-year time frame. Yes, the developer will pay for things up front now, but the city will be left to replace those down the road. The traffic, it will add to traffic, and that was true, and it will impact my neighborhood. I'm highly concerned about the new connection to 500 West to the West Side Connector. It's going to be the new thoroughfare to get onto the freeway. I'm not sure exactly how this development will play into that, but it will play into increased traffic loads, and as you develop the west side, if you don't do it in a way that shortens traffic trips, then we're just going to clog up the roads more. Now, part of this talked about considering commercial in this area if it was appropriate. I'm not saying that's the right answer. What I'm suggesting is, how do you plan for the west side that reduced trips, makes fiscal sense, is good design, will add long-term value. I think you've learned and saw a lot of those principles last December at the zoning summit the council held. There's a lot of cutting-edge stuff out there that could be applied. On the flip side, if the city doesn't get to work and adopt something, then you'll continually be having this discussion over and over again, because there is going to be this development pressure. And you'll have very long meetings over and over again, unless you clearly define what you want. Now, my experience as a planner is, many developers know what they know, and they want to build what they want to build because they have it figured out, down to the nail sometimes. But other developers come in and say, hey, I'm willing to adapt, I'm willing to do other things, but you need define for me and not keep me guessing. Because they may not have the same vision, they can't mind read the neighborhood, they can't mind read the council. So I think it's in the interest of the city to, my recommendation would be to very quickly come up with a West Side master plan that utilizes the most innovative and recent developments in city planning and design. That's my recommendation. Yes, I understand this. I just learned about this one today. But you have an opportunity. This will set a precedent. The next developer will come in and say, well, I'm just doing what they did across the street. So I think there's a lot of different reasons why to consider fiscal, design, long-term viability. There's lots of models out there that can achieve those ends. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment portion. And Mr. Jones?
Madam Chair, if I can have a minute before the council discussion begins. I think it'd be appropriate for me to make a couple comments at this time, not about the substance of the application, but I think there has been at least an implication in some of the statements that the council is somehow legally obligated to act one way or another on this, or that there is, and that tone and that implication causes me a little bit of concern. I wanted to just address a couple of those comments and then maybe give you some cautionary counsel about how this gets discussed. Mr. Guyman stood up and he said that you don't need to resolve all the issues about a development before you rezone the property, and that's absolutely true. But it does not logically follow that because you don't have to resolve them that it means you can't consider them. And so, because approving a zone change is a timing issue as well as a substantive issue. And so, to the extent that you have heard information that leads you to believe that the timing is not appropriate, it's appropriate for you to consider those things. He also made allusion, there's been a lot of allusion to the general plan. But as we've discussed in previous meetings, the general plan is not mandatory. If putting something on them as a certain zone on the general plan meant that it had to be zoned that way, there would be no purpose in having a general plan. We would just zone all the property that way. And the general plan is more than just a map. As Mr. Taylor has pointed out, it includes several standards and statements in addition to just having a map. It is also a plan, meaning that it says, even though the master plan may say that something should be a certain zone, it doesn't specify when. And so I would point to all of those. I raise those comments just to say that it's my belief that there is no legal obligation, as may have been implied, to respond to this application in a certain manner. That, in my view, the question in any rezone is twofold. First, is this the appropriate zone for this particular piece of property? And Mr. Guyman and Mr. Prince have argued that it is, and that's fine. But they've kind of asserted that you should only answer that question. And there's an additional question, which is this the appropriate time for the zone to be applied to that property? And so my advice to you is that as you discuss this, you should consider both of those questions. And if the answer to both of them is yes, then it's appropriate to rezone the property. If the answer to either of them is no, then my caution to you is that I don't think this is the appropriate place to try to negotiate the resolution of whatever concerns you have. That if you have concerns that lead you to believe that either it's not appropriate for the property or this is not the appropriate time, that if you desire to do so, you can articulate those concerns, but then you should either continue the item in order to allow the developer to work with city staff to address what they've heard you say about your articulated concerns, or deny the item. But I would advise you against trying to negotiate the actual answers to those concerns in this public meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. So I'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Mr. Connect?
Appreciate those words of advice, Brian, and I appreciate Matt coming back and visiting us. and pointing out that part of the general plan calls for a specific development plan, and that it talked about having a variety of lot or home sizes, and just a plan that would be, I don't know, maybe like Broadview Shores. I mean, something that's looking at the whole area and not just piecemeal. And so I'm afraid if we approve this as it is, besides the safety concerns on the road, that we're just doing what we've done for years. It's just kind of cookie cutter, and it doesn't follow really what is specified in this neighborhood's vision and plan for the future. And so we need to pull back and have a broader vision and plan for this area and the west side in general, in my opinion.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart?
To me, it's not about rural or development. It's about safety. I have 11 children. I'm going to vote against this.
Mr. Winterton?
I believe that this is an appropriate density. As we talk about half-acre lots, that even becomes more burdensome to the city. And I think in certain areas, this is what our schools are asking for, is this type of home. And I also have concern, like Mr. Stewart, about the safety. I think if I can have my concerns resolved about 1600 and having those kids walking up that street, I don't have a problem with the development, but I am a little concerned at this point about our future plans for that 1600. We, as a council, need to get into the thick of this and get some appropriations for those roads. If we want development, we need to make some real hard decisions. And as a community, we need your help. We asked for we thought about a 15 cent a month property tax increase so we could do a few things. Well, guess what? This road's going to cost a lot more than that. The sidewalks that you want to put in to protect your children are going to cost a lot more than that. And so when we come to you and say, we need some help, we need your support to be able to do those things also.
Mr. Harding? Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I think we've heard questions like, what's the plan for this area, or we need to make a plan, and that's where I'm at, is that we need an integrated plan for this area. So when properties are redeveloped piecemeal, as they come up, when different families decide it's time to sell or whatever, as that comes in piece by piece, it can fit into this larger overall plan and not be developed as islands unto themselves. I'd like to apologize to Mr. Prince. I think that by failing to have an up-to-date plan of what we're truly looking for, I think it does developers a disservice, because we've kind of listed many of the things that we're looking for, and you put together a proposal that meets at least most of that, and then we're saying, oh, well, we're still in the process of finalizing another plan, and so I don't think that's I apologize for that. But even with that said, I think it would be a mistake to move forward with this until we have that plan in place. And I think that's I think that one is the fault of the city, fault of and I think we need to remedy that as quickly as possible. I do want to speak to the residents that are here as well. We've heard a lot about, we know development's coming, but then, sometimes we hear, well, this R18 is what we want, or no, we want 1 acre lots, or no, half acre lots. With I think development is coming, and I think with the West Side Connector, many of these decisions I think have already been made, and I do think that the density will need to be more than half-acre lots. There was a question, well, we're at 1 acre lots now. Why not? Well, let's go to half-acre, and then a little bit later, in a while later, we can keep moving in that direction. With the duration of these developments, I don't think we can take baby steps. I think, as it's been pointed out, this is such a beautiful location, and part of the beauty of this location is that it is 3 minutes, 5 minutes away from a front runner station. It's close to these businesses. It's close to an expanding airport. There's been times to discuss exactly where we want this area to go, but some of those decisions have been made previous, and so I think we need to make a plan, and I invite anyone who's interested in that. Let's get stakeholders together. Let's get together. Let's decide, what that's going to look like. But I think we do need to look, where do we want to be in, or not where do we want to be in 30 years? What is that going to look like? And then let's make the choices now to make what that's going to be in 30 years as high a quality of life, to provide as high a quality of life as possible. And if people are looking, for another 60 years of rural, you may need to move further out from the population center, from the center of the city, of the county. And that's difficult to say, because some of you have been here so long. I mean, some of you have been there a very long time. But as your neighbors who have also lived here a very long time are saying, it's time for me to sell and let my property be developed, we've got those competing interests, and we need to look long range and decide what we need to create a plan that will give us the highest quality of life 30 years out, and start implementing that plan right away. And I think if we can get together and we can have a committee and we can look at these issues, Mr. Taylor and Mrs. McCord have alluded to some of these. There are some things that if we really dive into, I think we can see some innovative ways to approach development that may not be similar to what we've seen before, but may be able to address some of the concerns and grow in a way that the nature may change of the neighborhood, but that the people that are there and will come will be glad that it's such a great place to live and will continue to be a great place to live. So that's my thoughts on it. And I just appreciate everyone that has come to talk. This is our community, and we all need to be engaged so that it can continue to be a great place to live.
Mr. Sewell?
So I guess what I'm wondering is, we have a development that was proposed that fits what our general plan says right now for the most part. Staff is recommending it, Planning Commission recommended it. So if we deny this, how does this area get developed? That's one question I have. And the other, I do understand the safety concerns. How much would it cost the developer's going to handle that section adjacent to their property. I think we're only talking about 3 blocks, right, to connect from 600 South to the north end of their development. How much would it cost to make that commitment to take care of that? My sense is that if the road was developed and there was a safe sidewalk, I may be wrong, but I'm sensing from the neighborhood chair notes and from tonight that there may be a majority that would support this. So those are my questions. I don't know who to ask them to, but.
Mr. Harding?
I would be fine continuing this item until the southwest area plan is complete, master plan is complete. I don't know if, I'm not even sure if that's, a possible thing or whatnot, but my point is it does follow some of the things in the general plan. I think timing is definitely an issue. The integrated plan isn't there, not at the fault of the developer, proposed developer, but I still think, so how does it get developed was the question, and to me, we hold until we have a plan, and once we have a plan, then it and all of the other areas can then develop in a logical manner.
Mr. Connect?
So the general plan for this neighborhood calls for a plan, a specific development plan. And we are hearing discussions about when and where are we going to have some green space or agricultural left. This is agricultural, this is green. And some people, like Mr. Stubbs, are doing real agriculture there and gardens. And so as we look at the neighborhood and try to develop a plan, I think it's perfect time to also consider the question of green space and agriculture and work with those in the neighborhood who want to continue in that type of business and activity, and try to find a way to accommodate that future so that the plan for the neighborhood incorporates that. I mean, if we can't figure it out here, then we're not going to figure it out anywhere. We're just not going to have any open space or green space left, but it'll just all be R18 all the way to the lake or to the new road. And I don't think really that's the plan that we want to endorse. So, okay.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Stewart?
I think continuance would be a disservice to the developer in the neighborhood. It's just too long, the time we need a plan, no question, but and to decide when the roads can be funded, if it's going to be funded, it's just, continuance usually something for a matter of weeks, but I don't think we're not going to solve this in a matter of weeks.
Mr. Sewell?
Mr. Van Buren, this is your district. Would you care to weigh in here? I'd be interested in your thoughts.
Not many original thoughts to what's already been expressed. I've been to a couple of meetings with the neighbors, and they've expressed themselves here tonight quite well. And when Mr. Jones kind of summed it up and says this, let's ask two questions. Is it an appropriate zone? And is it the appropriate time? R18 is allowed on the general plan. Is this project with its R18 the appropriate zone? Does it accomplish the purpose of the city? Does it push this neighborhood forward to a vision that isn't quite there yet? I don't know. I think the development is a pretty standard development, a maximization of the lots, and nothing really above and beyond. Timing, I think, is wrong. We don't have I don't think timing is good right now. I don't think I can't approve this right now, timing-wise, because of some of the other issues with the safety on 1600, and also our discussion on agricultural land and green space and those kinds of things. That's kind of where I am.
It's interesting to me, the comments that were made tonight that we don't have a plan. and that for the street, we don't have a plan for the neighborhood. We do have a plan. We have a general plan that was given input, and maybe not by the citizens that are here, but those that were participated in that initial planning. So we do have a plan, and I think we concur it needs to be updated, and it's going through the same process or similar process that it did before. You go to the neighborhood, you go to that area, those who live there, those who are invested in that area, and you ask them, what would you like to see in this area? What would you like to see happen? And how can the city, how can we look at the whole city and see how we can integrate these neighborhoods and make it best for everyone here? And we're in the middle of that process right now. The West Side development is one of our #1 priorities as a council. We have work to do. We do need to have feedback from that Southwest plan, I believe. There are some things we do need to wait for to understand, exactly what those who live there and are invested in the area want. And I've also, and in a general plan right now, this is designated, the suggestion would be to have residential there. And when I first saw the development, I thought, that's a nice place for residential development right there by Footprinters Park. I thought this could be a really great addition to this neighborhood, not understanding all the other details. I have driven down 1600. I've gone to Footprinters. I've driven up and down that street. I haven't walked the whole thing, but I've driven it. So I have a sense for how tight it is, without the, and your pictures are great too. But the second thing that I've heard loud and clear tonight was safety. But it's a little bit of this opposing force, right? Because we want safety. We want places for our children to walk so they can be safe. And so essentially you're saying we want sidewalks. We want sidewalks, curb, gutter, street space. We want room for people to drive and to bike and to do all the things we do on a street safely. But in order to do that, we do have a plan that says that's what that street should become. It should become a collector road, and it should have these sorts of details that make it safe for lots of modes of transportation. And we're not there. But if we were to get there, if we were to make this a collector road, then we're in direct conflict with some of the comments that said, please don't take our property, please don't take our homes, please don't do what it would take to make this a collector road, a true functioning collector road. So it's a little bit of a conundrum. Do you really want the road safe the way it should function as a collector road? And is that really, the best thing for that area, to have it be a collector road? So they're kind of in conflict with each other. You want a safe road, but how do we make that safe without impacting your properties? And so I can see why previous councils have not made that decision. That's not a fun decision to make, and especially when there's nothing pressing you to do that. And so this is the one concern I have with adding rooftops to that area, is it forces us to deal with that. It forces us to make some of those decisions because we're adding traffic, we're adding children, we're adding all of these things to that area, but we don't have a great plan for moving those poles and for adding and widening the road and paying for that. Right now, our road funds are very limited, and we have other pressing needs on the west side. We have a high school going in, and we need access to the high school. I mean, there are some pressing needs on the west side, and I don't know where this stacks up in priority for some of those things, because those are very real safety needs, and they're coming. They are coming, and we don't really have a choice. We kind of have to prepare for what we know is coming over there. And so it becomes a matter of funds. It becomes a matter of, can we really, if we did allow this development to go in, can we as a city afford to fix the rest of the street? And are you residents willing to say, yeah, you can take some of my property, or I'm willing to do this to make this street safe. So it's not just this easy decision that we just want a safe street, make it happen, right? And so that's the conundrum. But it is a priority. It is something we're working on. We are working on a Southwest plan. We're trying to get input from those that live there. And we just talked today in our work session about getting input from farmers and understanding what farmers want to preserve their land. There are farmers that want to sell their land. There are some that want to preserve it. And we need to have those conversations and find out what you want for that area and who's committed to keeping it open space and green space or agriculture, and who's really wants to see their property turn into to housing or whatever the plan is for that area. And they're all great, right? They all fit certain needs, but we need to understand what the residents want from that area better. And I think that's what you've heard tonight is we would love to fast forward this and make it a speedy process, and it's just not. It's not. It gets sticky, it gets messy, and it is a slow process to try to formulate a plan that really works. It was also mentioned that Mr. Jones mentioned, is this the appropriate zone? Is this the appropriate time? And I would add, does this increase the health, safety, and welfare of our community? And there are safety issues that have been identified. And so is it in the best interest right now? I think it forces us into a position that I don't know that we're financially prepared to address. And from what we're hearing from those who would be impacted, I don't know that those that would be impacted are ready to address it, and just from the comments that we've heard so far. So I'd have to concur with the timing being a real issue right now. So, Mr. Hardy?
Thank you. Just a quick response. My hope is that plan would incorporate things like, that the Southwest Master Plan will incorporate things like green space, agriculture. My hope is that plan isn't R18 from freeway to lake. For the residents, I think Ms. Santiago spoke just beautifully about the conflict between infrastructure and amenities like sidewalks separated but then having the rooftops, I guess, to justify some of that. But I think with an integrated plan, we don't, I think we need to have those sidewalks on 1600, but with an integrated plan with a local street plan that has connectivity, you don't necessarily, even with the sidewalk, you don't need to send your kids to walk along 1600 West to get up to the school, because there'll be smaller roads that will also interconnect and they can make most of that journey off of the collectors. I don't think it's all that wise to route our students along collectors necessarily. And as was pointed out in our work meeting, it could also include a trail system. So people could walk between areas of the neighborhood and not even on the roads. Those are the kind of things we can get if we have an integrated master plan, and then it will come in piecemeal. It won't all be put in at the same time, but as those different areas are developed, if we already have the plan in place, this developer knows, well, I need to have a trail from here to here, and then once this area gets created, those are the kind of things that we can build a good quality of life if we can get ahead of it and have a good plan in place.
If there are no more comments, I'd entertain a motion. Mr. Stewart?
Ma'am, I make a motion that we deny an ordinance amending the zone map classification of real property generally located at 965 South, 1600 West, from agricultural A1 to single family residential.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Harding. Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Winterton?
Just one comment from me. We do have a plan, and this meets the plan. It's the timing issue, I guess. But if we recognize that it's going to be piecemeal anyway, is this the beginning of the piecemeal? Is my question.
Mr. Sewell?
I think it's a good opportunity to get half that road upgraded, and I do understand the timing concern and the safety issue. I'd be willing to support it if the council and the administration was willing to make a commitment to finish that last 3 blocks so that the kids that would be living in the new subdivision would have a safe way to get to school. So that would be my preference. So, anyway, so that would be the reason why I would vote against denying it. So,
Mr. Connect.
Just when we talk about trails, I don't see any trails here. I don't see a variety of lot sizes or homes or, it's kind of all the same. So I don't see this as being part of a larger plan. So if we did this, it kind of precludes doing the larger plan, especially with things like trails.
Mr. Harding.
I like what Mr. Connect pointed out earlier. We have a plan, and the plan calls for a specific development plan, which I believe we would term the Southwest Master Plan at this point. It was probably before we were doing area and neighborhood master plans. So I believe that our plan, which is in place, is to create a plan that is not yet in place. And while the development will be piecemeal, we can either do it piecemeal now without a long-range vision, without coordination between this is how the local roads are going to interconnect, this is how a trail system will interconnect, or we can get the plan in place and then allow the piecemeal development to come in, but fitting into place with this overall thing. So to me, that's the difference between piecemeal with a plan and piecemeal without a plan.
So we have a motion to deny the ordinance as written, to paraphrase, by Mr. Stewart, and we have a second by Mr. Sewell. Those in favor? What? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Harding. Okay, so the second was Mr. Harding. Thank you. And those in favor? And in favor of denying your motion, we're voting on, so your motion was to deny the ordinance, yeah. So all in favor? And those opposed? Thank you. So those in favor are Mr. Van Buren, Mr. Harding, Ms. Santiago, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Winterton, and Mr. Connect, and those in favor are Mr. Sewell. Did I say those opposed? It's really late. I'm sure all of you feel that too, being here this long, so thank you for bearing with us.
May I have a point of privilege? I'd like to change my vote on item number 7. I don't want it interpreted that I'm not in favor of wastewater fees being increased.
So we have one more item to discuss first, and that's item number 14.
This first?
Maybe let's continue this because it's now 10:15.
I don't want to- Okay,
Is
fine.
that okay? So the item number 14, should we, I've made sort of a promise to the mayor to try not to go past 10 o'clock. And I don't know if you want to just hear this out or if we want to continue it to another meeting, but I guess you're here if you,
I think some of it may depend on how much presentation you would need, or if you're ready just to go straight to discussion, you could,
Okay.
decide if you're at that point or not. Since we had it on a work session earlier today, but.
okay. And do we have citizens here to hear this last one? Okay, we'll do it for sure. You've waited all night. I'm glad you said something, okay?
Don't you think a juice and Java would be appropriate for all of us that are still here? That would
I think we owe all of you a juice or a Java, yeah.
maybe a car.
Are you the owners of Juice and Java? Okay, thank you. Thank you for bearing with us tonight, okay. All right, yes, so please, Mr. Maxwell. Maxwell.
Oh, did I do the wrong one? Yeah, but. This item was the one discussing changes in the DT1 zone that would allow one-story buildings to be built in basically buffer areas along the core area of the DT1. So those areas around the city that have a combination of residential and DT1 zones. It would enable a height of, or allow a height of 12 feet rather than 14 feet for that first story is now required, and then only, and also allow a one-story building rather than the two-story that's otherwise required.
Thank you. Mr. Maxfield, are there any questions while he's at the podium?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, what was
Trying
that?
to get the map to see
Oh.
if you can see that. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay, these show the changes, the 12-foot height on, instead of 14, and then the one which creates it on the mixed blocks that you would be allowed the one-story height. This map shows those areas outlined where you have the, if you go by the city blocks, it's the blue color combined with the orange color. Those would be the blocks where that would take effect.
Other questions? Okay, did you have more to present? Did you have more you wanted to present? Oh, okay. And no questions for Mr. Maxwell? Okay, so we'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll ask the applicant to speak. Do we have?
My name is Justin Parr. I'm an employee of PEG Development and representing Juice and Java as well. This application is to amend, as was stated earlier, the Provo City Code to reduce the minimum story height in the general downtown zone and change the application of the transitional development standards. Currently, the transitional code applies to the first 60 feet of a property from a residential zone into a commercial zone, the general downtown zone. So this will allow properties that border residential zones the opportunity, if it's not economically in their favor for businesses to come and build very large buildings if they want to still be in the downtown area, but not have to build a large building to allow them opportunity to only go one story, if that's so their desire. We feel it will be able to attract multiple businesses. I may not be able to afford to be right down in downtown or build a large building, to be able to come in and to still do business and to build and develop Provo in a new and a very well manner. That's basically the other amendment was to change the first floor ceiling height from 14 feet to 12 feet, and that was strictly if it's a one-story building. It's not economically capable or in our favor, in any developer's favor, to build a first-story floor to 14 feet. So if it's passed, to just minimize that to 12 feet, and that's my conclusion.
What's the benefit of removing the 60-foot part of that ordinance?
We found that at some times in these residential zones, the neighbors have been there for a while and they don't necessarily want a very large development in their backyard, and only 60 feet isn't a lot of room. And so allowing that transitional zone to allow for a shorter building if that's developers or the business owner's position to allow that.
If you remove the 60 feet, would they be able to build something tall still in that area? Would we be opening that up to having a tall structure next to residential?
Basically, they'd be able to go to 1 to 3 stories right now because it's a transitional nature. So we would have to look at some kind of a change that would allow them to go taller than that. Right now, it's within the 60 feet, they'd only be allowed to go from that 1 to 3 stories, but now it works, again, on those mixed block areas.
I'm sorry, so now it works on the...
On the mixed block area, so if you've got a residential and the DT1 zone, it would apply to that whole block, where they'd only go to the 1 to the 3 stories max.
Okay.
Could I just get some clarification on that? So my understanding is currently, anywhere that the border of the DT1 borders with a residential zone, there is a 60-foot transitional buffer on the DT zone side of that border. And currently, not as proposed, but currently, that the use in that 60 feet is less intense, correct? It can either be 2 or 3 stories?
From 1 to 3 stories within the 60 feet.
Within the 60 feet, okay.
Code would change that. I would guess that a lot of these blocks are 200 feet. So, for the rest of the half width of the block. So really, it's increasing that buffer from 60 to 200 feet where you would be restricted from the 1 to 3 stories.
Most of these blocks are 200 feet?
Well, the half block.
The half block is 200 feet, okay. Okay, and so we're proposing to redefine the transitional area from the 60 feet from the border to any block that is shared with, any block that is shared with residential. Now that whole block becomes the transitional area?
Correct.
Okay, and so, for example, top left, 2 blocks, yeah, that one there, sorry, up one more.
One clarification, Mr. Harding.
Yes.
Only the part of the block that's inside the DT1 becomes the transitional.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. On the DT side of that border. But on that one, the transition is across the street. So right now, the residential on the left side, across the street, they've got a 60-foot buffer. With the proposed change, now there is no buffer between those. The street becomes the buffer.
Right, because the whole block is DT1, they could go up to the full height of the DT1 zone. So you're exactly right. It does, it gives you an advantage in one area and takes it away in another through this change.
And do you have to do both to be able to make this work? I mean, why do you have to take away the 60-foot buffer? I guess it's still unclear to me why that has to be removed. Why can't you?
It could stay. Yeah, I mean, you could keep the 60-foot buffer that still maximized maybe the 3-story height or something like that, which is what it currently is. I think you're saying then between the 60 and 200 would allow a higher height than the 3-story. Am I reading that wrong?
No, yeah. I see the buffer as protecting the residential side.
Right.
Right, and so if you're removing that buffer.
It's not removing, it's actually expanding.
Oh, you're expanding the buffer on the residential side to 200? Or to the half the block or whatever?
The inside the DT zone, it would be 60 feet now. Now it would go all the way through the rest of the block. In some cases, it varies by area, but some of those are like up to 200 feet.
Okay, so the 60 feet was only defining the transitional area within the DT zone?
Right, and it was a minimum area, and this actually increases that area to the full block.
Okay.
So I see it as expanding the transition zone in some areas and decreasing the transition zone on others, like the block that we.
Whole blocks, it decreases because if you're 60 feet across the street, it doesn't come into play anymore, where before it did from the zone boundary.
What's the height limit for the non-transitional areas?
DT1, are we 100?
Uh-huh.
100, I think, on DT1.
The height is
The max height, right.
maximum height, so it's not a stories, it's a number of.
Right, we had that before where 6 stories are 100 feet, and we took that out on the number of stories just because if we've got a height that, you got a 14, you may have an atrium, everything else, it got a little confusing.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? No.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Brian, I can't remember, I had thought I'd raised this question before, but maybe I didn't. So looking at the ordinance in 080, we've changed the 60-foot designation to say on city blocks like has just been discussed, but then there's a footnote that talks about pitched or gabled roofs, and it still says we're located within 60 feet.
Right.
Is that the intent, or is that supposed to now say within a transitional block?
No, that was the intent on that one where we didn't change it. And again, that can get confusing because the idea is you could, before you could even step a building down, it's just that first 60 feet that would have transitioned in height. Once you went beyond the 60, you could go back up. The gable roof was already there just to allow again, that residential transition, so you didn't go flat roof against the area. So that 60 feet would still exist on that part.
Thank you, I just wanted to understand that.
Mr. Harding?
It seems that, we have kind of this request to accommodate a business, and then, maybe we've thought about it and said, oh, well, this is a better approach, but it seems a lot of what we're talking about here doesn't directly affect the requested use by this business. Do we feel like they need to be tied, or, because we don't...
I guess what we tried to look at is something that didn't affect just one business. So we looked on, a broader aspect of it, how would it affect other businesses, again, assuming that there are other little pieces around, the periphery of the area. We talked about the interior. We really did want to stay pretty solid on that because we feel that's the core portion of the site, and you're really not transitioning. There's really no reason to change it. But I think we thought that this is one business now, but there may be other situations that'd be easier to address it with a broader stroke than it would be saying, just make this change. Because we don't really have, I'm not sure, Brian, how we would do that for just one business, saying that on this particular parcel. I don't think we could really do that legally. Kind of that weird equal protection thing for the zone. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, the only thing that's occurred to me is, one thing is you could just change the zone for the one building, which obviously is problematic for its own reasons. I think there probably is a way, although it's probably complicated to draft, but it's probably at least potentially possible to draft something that does expand the buffer zone on the mixed blocks, but also doesn't reduce the buffer on the complete blocks. I'm not sure at 10:30 at night I can come up with that, but
200 feet or something like that.
Right.
There might be a way.
Mr. Harding?
So I am concerned about unintended consequences. I think we have a vision for this area, and this area is for a more urban, multi-story. And, I can see the argument for an interim use while the market is getting to the place where it would support multi-stories. And I mentioned earlier in the works meeting that I have a hard time not believing that we're already there with a half block away, a 14-story building going in. And the other thing is, we talked about you're talking about the core. I mean, this is directly across the street from DT2, which is even higher intensity use than DT1, and yet we're basically saying, it's a transition. The transition into DT1 encompasses the entire width of DT1 in that area up against DT2, where 2 blocks north, we've got an entire block that is DT1, therefore it has no transition, even though it's kind of on the periphery. So I'm struggling with this on a lot of fronts. And I understand what you're saying, that, well, we were trying to make a change that would accommodate this and accommodate anything like it. I understand that, but I'm struggling with feeling like that's a good idea. And even if we were to do it without affecting so many other, some of these full blocks, they're about as far away from the core as you can get, yet this area is right up against that DT2 core. But even if we could do that, I'm really torn on allowing interim uses that may not end up being all that interim, particularly when we start talking about, well, this will affect others, others will come in, others will want to build one story, which I don't feel is the vision for this area. So that's just my unease with the proposal.
Well, and we did talk about that in the sense of limiting building size or other things that could come into play that made it so it wasn't a free-for-all as much.
Mr. Connect?
Seems like we're doing this to accommodate a particular business, and as long as we're okay with that outcome, I would suggest that down the line, if we start getting unintended consequences, we can modify, we can change. It's not like it's set in concrete. Do you?
I would totally agree. In fact, I would say that we start studying this in more detail. If you approve this tonight, we would continue to study in detail and be ready to report back to you any changes or anything necessary within the next few months so that we could respond quickly to.
So once they're accommodated, we can make the change. Okay.
Are there other comments? There's part of me that likes having kind of a variety, especially when it's right next to residential, and the scale of, having it scale down. And, as far as from the residential side, I like the idea of single story, right up against the residential and gradually, or having a mix, of one story, maybe two story, but keeping it low profile until you get a little deeper into the zone. So I too, my first concern was, and I think I mentioned that in work session, were unintended consequences with the entirety of the zone, Was there something that we're not thinking of that could create a problem? But in general, as far as, especially where it's up next to the residential, I like the idea of one or two stories on the perimeter in that transitional zone.
We have that now. It's a 60-foot buffer, but I mean, that buffer is in place now. So this isn't adding to that. In this instance, on that particular block, it would be moving it from the 60 to 200 feet. But in other blocks, it would be eliminating it.
Right. Oh, eliminating it in other blocks because the block is too deep.
Because the block is solely, because the border is not mid-block, but between blocks, and since that, right where the laser is, since the boundary is between blocks, it eliminates all buffer in that, on the DT1 side, because it's a full block. And so they're...
Okay. Yeah, that is a concern.
It's complicated.
Yeah, that is a concern. I was just thinking the other part of the ordinance were just to have a one-story and have the lower ceiling. So you can currently do one or two stories in that transitional zone. They were just wanting to lower the ceiling height of the one story. That's the change.
60 feet. Once you're outside the 60 feet, you're required to be two or more.
Yeah, okay.
And currently, the Juice and Java proposed site is on that half block, but further than 60 feet away. So it would be required to do two. And so,
So
but
if we increase the footage of the transitional zone,
yeah, or by changing the way we define the transitional zone to any split block, then it's on a split block. So then it becomes part of that transitional zone, which would allow the one story.
mm-hmm. Okay.
It sounds convoluted to get to the point we're trying to get to. That's why I think we said this needs to be an active, ongoing thing as we develop. We need to be ready to react to situations as we're going, I think. But staying focused on what our clear, our initial vision is.
We ready for?
Mr. Connect?
Are we ready for a motion?
Pardon me? Yeah, it's scheduled for public comment. But we're going to hear from the neighborhood chair next. Sorry, Shannon Bingham, if she's here. Okay, I can't blame her if she's because she's not. That's going way above and beyond the call of duty to be here till 10:40. And so we'll open it up for public comment. Mr. Taylor can't get enough of these long meetings.
I do feel strongly about why I spoke for the last item, but my primary purpose in coming tonight was actually for this item. And I originally came prepared to speak against it, but I had an opportunity to speak with Brian Maxfield. He clarified everything for me. I misread it. But there is one comment I have to say. I actually speak in favor of the amendment. There is a new argument in the urban planning literature that one of the challenges downtowns are facing is always requiring too much development, requiring too high a density has in some areas become a barrier to development. That you only and if you don't have flexibility in the zoning, you might be saying no to nothing for a long time, waiting for that big project to happen. As an urbanist and somebody that really just enjoys great urban areas and walkability, I actually find that smaller scale developments actually increase pedestrianism. They increase because you have less distance between big projects. I mean, you get a big project like New Skim, it's 150 feet to the next stop. Small scale development, it's 20 feet. That keeps it interesting, that keeps it vibrant. So there has been a lot of arguments in the planning world about saying, hey, maybe we got to back off and say, and allow some of these smaller developments, single story. Yeah, every city planner dreams of 2- and 3-story, 4-story Paris is the ideal. Every planner loves Paris. And that is a great ideal. But if it halts development in the long run, or even for the next 15 years, is it worth waiting that long when you could have something good and add activity to the street and prepare it for the next thing? Smaller scales better for interesting downtowns, bigger scales detrimental to it. That's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Question for Matt. Come on back, Matt.
Connect.
So one other thing that seems to be on the table here is no transition because the block is right up against the other block and the street is the transition. I'm kind of okay with that, but I wanted your opinion.
Well, that's originally when I first read the ordinance, I thought, oh, they were doing away with the transitional standards, which really caused me grave concern. But as I talked to Brian, that wasn't the intent. The intent was to actually, in some ways, expand the transitional standard. That actually improves, I think, neighborhood conditions rather than just a slim 60-foot. Bryce, do you have that slideshow that I sent him 2 hours ago? Rather than just that slim little sliver of transition, it actually sort of makes it better for the surrounding neighborhoods if you can only do 1 to 3 stories within that block that shares zoning with DT1.
But the other 2 block faces, there's no transition, it's just the street, and how do you feel about that?
Are you talking about residential or from DT1 to DT2?
Residential.
Well, help me understand the intent, Brian, maybe, is the ordinance would still require a hipped or gabled roof within 60 feet of those residential zones? So from a design perspective, the hipped or gabled roof requirement helps it transition into a residential feel. If you go to the next, do I have a clicker?
Can I ask for just clarification on that? So those 2 blocks that we were shooting the laser at earlier.
I'm sorry, Dave?
So
Mr. Harding?
Trying to ask Mr. Maxfield.
Oh, Mr. Max.
So, yeah, right there. So you're telling me that there still is a 60-foot transition period where you have to have gabled roofs there?
For the gabled roof, this 60-foot wasn't taken out.
Okay.
I know that gets confusing.
So the building height, it still can be 100 feet high, but it has to have a gabled roof?
Oh, Brian, does it say that? We're looking at another alternative. I'm trying to think, it probably does say that, doesn't it?
Yeah, buildings on properties located adjacent to a residentially zoned property shall be designed with a pitched or gabled roof where located within 60 feet of the zone. So as I read that, they've got to be both located adjacent to residential property and within 60 feet of the zone, which seems redundant, but.
Yeah, because a lot of the zone lines are mid-block or mid-street. So it's a question, is it the actual property or well, we may have a variation Brian suggested that may work. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I guess just to throw that out there in case it helps, hopefully it helps the conversation. It did occur to me that if we changed, so what it used to be was within 60 feet, and I'm not talking about the gabled roofs now, I'm talking about the height requirements and stuff. It used to be that it was within 60 feet or directly across the street from. And it's been proposed to change it to be if it's on a mixed block. And it occurs to me that we could change it so that it still says directly across the street from or on a mixed block. And that would then address the block faces on all of the complete blocks.
So that would be 60 feet if it directly across or on a mixed block?
Well, no, I wouldn't even say the 60 feet. I would just say if it's a building that's across the street from, or if it's a building on a mixed block.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was my one concern was, however this is drafted, that when you have residential, this is the picture, this is actually the TOD zone, but TOD zone has a very similar standard. That when you have residential across the street, that it has this transition. And this is a 60-foot requirement, and then it transitions up to higher density. So my personal opinion is that should be the minimum standard, whether it's on the same block or across the street from it. And if the ordinance doesn't read that way, I would feel better if it was amended to read that way.
Thank you.
And the height kind of matters too, because if you have, an enormously tall building and it happens to have this kind of roof, it's not going to look right for one, but you won't see it. So, and I've heard a lot recently about these, buildings that come, right out to the sidewalk and they're just straight up, and so I like the transition. I like the look and feel of this where it sort of, gradually builds up. And doesn't really tower over the homes, because if you have, if it's tall, so I don't know if it addresses the height, building height in that transition area for the gabled roof part of it.
I was going to suggest that one of the new additions we could do is do some transects through this area that would show what we mean more exactly and put some pictures in so it's much clearer. Not necessarily that you had to do that right away, but we would try and work on that and add that as soon as possible, just so that there's no different interpretation, say a year from now or something, that it's clear what we're trying to do.
It seems to me that maybe we're not quite ready with this. I don't know if it causes, project delays or whatever, but it sure seems to me that we need, community development needs a little more time for this to fully bake and work some of these questions out. Could I invite the, I don't know if they're the applicant but at least the kind of the impetus to.
Somebody's really excited to be here. Actually, I haven't closed the public comment portion yet, so anybody who would like to speak is welcome to come to the podium and speak.
I can just speak to the timeframe of the project. I'm currently with the state courthouse being under construction. Juice and Java has been moved out of their building, and so as a developer, we've taken it upon ourselves to help Juice and Java move to a new location and help them to relocate. And so currently they're out of their building and paying employees until their building is currently built. So we're kind of under a time constraint in order to start that development.
Are there any other comments, please?
I'm here for this. I came here for the next question, but just listening to this, my husband and I have had the opportunity to live a lot of places abroad, and most 10 years in Colorado and then here. And it seems to me like when you have kind of a city, like an earlier person said, that's kind of eclectic, and you have the larger buildings and the smaller buildings, it seems to add, like he said, vibrancy and interest as opposed to just one type. So I don't know if I understand the proposition completely, but it sounds like if it's just widening your scope of what you're allowed to do, that's a good thing. And then if you want to tighten it further in smaller areas, because I don't know, I was just thinking about over where the hospital is, next to that you have little kind of strip mall areas, and they all are one story, and it seems to look fine. And I don't know, I'm from Utah originally. I grew up here, and one thing I always loved is our towns do have such a variety in them, and they're not just all look like a rubber stamp of some planner put something somewhere. So anyway, it's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
Sorry. Cynthia Smith, sorry.
Thank you. Are there other comments from the public? Okay, seeing them, we'll close the public comment and bring it back to council for discussion or motion. Mr. Van Buren?
It seems to me that we're not having any question on doing this for the location for Juice and Java. It seems like it's the impact on some other areas. So is there a way to go ahead and pass the ordinance and amend the code now and then just follow it up with some more clarification with the pictures? Or do you think we're vulnerable for that time period?
I would prefer to just continue it to the first meeting in September if we could figure it out in a couple of weeks, just 2 weeks, and then we could have this, hopefully have it wrapped up so there's something that we're confident moving forward with. That would be my preference, but. Mr. Connect?
I kind of feel like Kay, that if these people are on the payroll and this is about as time sensitive as you can get, and I'm not sure that anyone's going to slip something fancy in there while we're deliberating or, modifying for 2 weeks, because we can pass this and it won't be perfect, but we can come back and modify it when staff is ready, whether that's 2 weeks, and I'd just soon pass something tonight.
Mr. Sewell?
I agree with that. I have a payroll also, and the thought of having to pay employees without any revenue, I can sympathize with that, so.
I'm also in favor of passing it tonight.
Yeah.
Mr. Harding?
If we do that, it seems like a simple thing would be to say, talking about the transition zone for shared blocks or 60 feet from that border. I don't know if that's something we could do on the fly. That seems pretty straightforward, but maybe that's something we could, a detail we could iron out later. But if we were to do that, if we're going to just punt all of that and iron it out later and pass something tonight, I think I would feel a lot more comfortable if we add in a square footage that we've talked about and do something, that would only allow small things like Juice and Java, that would just make me feel more comfortable that we're not leaving it wide open, that we're talking only small things, and then we work out any additional details in 2 weeks. But I'd struggle a little bit, I think, in passing something that would leave all of that open. So is there something that we could do on short notice to add in a square footage limitation on Or is that a bigger rewrite?
I think it would be a bigger rewrite. I just thinking in my mind the way that's worded now. Back. Yeah, to the ordinance part. I don't know that, you could add a line there where it has all those standards that says building square footage limitation, but I'm not sure how that would apply. Does it just apply to that transition zone that any building could only be such, a one-story building can only be a certain size?
Yeah, are you wanting to say that a building has to be small before it's included in the transition zone period?
So I've just been thinking for the last 15 seconds when you said that. So perhaps the proposal would be that we leave the ordinance basically how it is, but allow buildings of under a certain square footage to be one story, even if they're not in the transition zone. And then we follow it up in 2 weeks or 4 weeks, and we iron out all the other stuff, but basically leave it as it is, but allow one-story, 12-foot ceilings for buildings under a certain square footage.
And you're talking about doing that throughout the entire DT1 zone?
Yes.
I mean, you're in essence amending the entire zone without a planning commission approval on amending the zone. I think that's a little bit problematic.
Okay.
Bryce, can you put up the one that I sent you, just to see if it's, I mean, maybe it doesn't solve all the problems, but maybe it solves some of them. And scroll down to 080. So I just tried to rework this so that it now says, buildings in the DT1 zone located directly across the street from or on city blocks which also include properties within an RC, R1, or Pro-R zone shall comply with the following standards. And admittedly, the only problem that solves is it solves the block faces on the non-mixed use blocks. So I don't know if that's enough or if there's other corrections that Bill or Brian would recommend, but.
It's a valuable app.
What was that, Mr.
It's a
Pepperoni?
valuable app, it's a good correction.
Okay. Mr. Stoll?
So I'd make a motion that we accept this amendment and do I need to do this in 2 steps or?
You need to amend it to add.
Probably clear
Yeah,
if we do
okay.
it that
So
way.
the first motion would be to amend the ordinance change that we're considering to include these changes that you've shown here.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Stoll and a second by Mr. Stewart. Sorry, I'm still deep in thought. A discussion on the motion? So as far as the building height across the street from residential, that's never really been addressed in the first place.
Well-
It's just that it's gabled if it's across the street.
Yeah, this doesn't do
gabled
anything about the gables. So it previously said, you'll notice that in the strike-throughs, although I moved it to a different place, that directly across the street was already part of the definition. So this previously said that buildings directly across the street from R1, RC, R1, Pro R in the DT1 zone could be between 1 and 3 stories. The change that I've proposed retains that so that definition still includes buildings across the street and not just buildings that are on a mixed-use block.
Okay, so it includes the block faces you were talking about?
So it's more than just gables, it's the full transition is now applied to any building across the street.
Okay. All right. Got it. Is there any other discussion? Okay, Okay, those in favor? Those opposed, I guess, then the motion carries.
And that was just a motion to amend the
amend
draft,
the-
so now
okay.
we'd look for a motion to actually approve the ordinance, if that's what's coming.
Okay, and that was unanimous, Ms. Weiss? So,
Mr. Stewart made a motion to.
Mr. Stewart, motion to approve? Yes. The ordinance as written, as amended, I mean? So, motion to approve the ordinance as amended. Is there a second? Mr. Van Buren, thank you. Those in favor?
Can we have a discussion?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay. It's getting late. I apologize. I think you made a good point about, waiting another couple weeks to get it right. I understand the desire to get this done quickly, and I think we all think this is a great business in our community. And it's so late, I can't even think of what the little cliche is, but something about, emergencies on your part, shouldn't necessarily force us into decisions that are too quick. I mean, this is the first time we've heard of it. I don't think the city has necessarily drug our feet on this. I understand the business pressures, but it seems, I don't know, that I worry about putting something through that we wouldn't normally do just because. I apologize, it's so late, I can't speak, but hopefully I got the point across that I do think we need to be sensitive to the business concerns, but I don't necessarily think that means that we should do something that's, rush into it. I don't think that's necessarily, yeah.
I agree, and I was really prepared to vote against it until Mr. Jones explained the addition, because I think that addresses my concern with how that interfaces with the residential zone. So for me personally, I'm more comfortable with it now because of that addition, but.
I probably will be voting against it, and if I do, it's solely because I don't think it's ready. I think the ordinance, the ordinance is not ready to be voted on.
Are there other comments on the motion? Okay, so the motion was by Mr. Stewart to approve the ordinance as amended, and it was seconded by Mr. Van Buren. So those in favor? And those against? Thank you. So those in favor are Mr. Van Buren, Mr. Sewell, Ms. Santiago, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Winterton, and Mr. Connect, and those opposed are Mr. Harding. Okay, so Mr. Jones, Mr. Stewart has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Point of personal privilege, can I change my vote on item number 7?
On item number 7. Yes, that would require a motion to reconsider. Well, let's see, I forget. I was talking to Bryce when the vote happened, so I'm not even sure which way you voted.
He voted against, correct?
I voted against
It
it.
was 6-1 against, with you being the dissenting
I
vote.
intend to vote against the actual implementation of the fee. Just
Oh.
against, I thought we were voting on one or two ways.
Oh, okay, I understand. I think that if the chair, I don't know, Dave, do you have some guidance for us?
I think technically, only if you vote for the motion.
Yeah, you can only make a motion to reconsider, but
If you voted.
I guess the question here is that he's not actually asking to undo the action. He's just asking for the record to be changed, for his vote to be changed in the record. And seeing as how the item passed anyway, I don't necessarily see any harm in that.
I agree.
So if we could have the record reflect that Mr. Stewart
I'd like the record to be changed to show me voting in favor.
of number 7.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, so our final item tonight is an ordinance amending Provo City Code to change the maximum front yard setback in the SDP 5 zone. and Mr. Maxfield is here to present this.
Okay, this relates to Broadview Shores development. You see the outline of the plan up here on your upper left, and then enlargement. Principally, the area on the lower right is the phase we're at now, phases 1 and 2. This would, however, apply to the whole development on all those areas that are R1, basically 6,000, 8,000, 10,000, and 5,000 square foot lots, I guess those four. The proposal is to reduce the maximum yard setback in the front yard for the main part of the house from 22 feet and change that to 30 feet. So the home could set back farther from the back of the sidewalk than is currently allowed. That would allow the garage to be even or even up to within 4 feet in front of the main part of the home, where right now it's required to be a minimum of 4 feet behind.
Thank you. Are there questions? Oh, you have more to present?
I did promise some other slides, and just so you can see, I do have the added slides of homes that do meet the ordinance that way. Not all of these, I think, are being built here, but they show that there are homes that have the porches and the garages that are a lot closer to what we showed earlier this afternoon.
Questions for Mr. Maxfield? Okay. We'll invite the applicant to speak.
Brad Mackey with Ivory Development. Appreciate your time tonight. Boy, it's a long meeting. I feel for you. I can't imagine your headache that you guys have right now after all of that. But really tonight is kind of a clarification. Our development agreement said one thing, our zoning text said another thing, and we're trying to just come together to make something that makes sense for both of us, the city and Ivory Development. We have lots that would be half-acre lots, and under the current zoning requirements, those half-acre lots would be a 20-foot setback from the street. And this would allow them to be set back 30 feet from the street, which would be more typical of a half-acre lot size. It would allow us to build some homes. The one shown here on the left, some of our buyers are here tonight. They're planning on building on lot 152. This would be a home typical of what they're trying to build. It's a nice home, 6,000 square foot home with the basement. Under the current zoning requirements, this home would not be allowed to be built. But with the changes, it would allow us to build this home. And I think some of the things Brian was showing in this slide were the things I believe were the major things that we were trying to avoid, which would be something like these homes here, where the whole house that you see from the street is a garage. And so this is one of our homes in our catalog, for instance. It's an older style home, and what we've done is eliminated a half bath in this area, bumped the living out, and made it more compliable with the proposed change to the zoning text. So we're making adjustments to our homes and our catalog to fit this proposed change, so we can eliminate that older style home that has the garage that sticks way out in front. So anyway, with that, I'll sit down and answer any questions you have for me. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Mackey?
I would like to hear a little bit more what you meant by differences in the city code and development agreement.
So with this project, we have a development agreement. In that development agreement, it says the minimum depth of a front yard shall be 20 foot, notwithstanding a lesser setback for the main building's garages, whether attached or not, which are front-loading to a public or private street, shall be a setback at least 26 feet from the property line to ensure a 20-foot driveway depth measured from back of sidewalk. So that means minimum of 20. But if you have a front-load driveway, it has to be 26 feet. And so that's the way the development agreement is written. The zoning text added a maximum of a 22-foot setback. So there's a conflict between what the development agreement, the recorded development agreement says versus what the zoning text says. So tonight, we're not asking for the opportunity to have a garage stick 10 foot in front of the home. We're trying to get a balance so that it works for both of us, and that's what we're trying to do with this 30-foot maximum setback.
Mr. Harding?
So it's just so I'm clear, in both the development agreement as well as the zoning, the garage has to be 26 feet back.
Correct.
Okay. And then in one it says that the front of the building needs to be 20, and another one says 22.
A minimum of 20. In the development agreement, it says a minimum of 20, so at least 20 feet back. And then in the zoning text, they added that it has a maximum of 22
Maximum of
feet.
22. So minimum of here, maximum of here, and now you're asking for a maximum of 30. It would be here.
Because we're required to have a 26-foot setback for a 20-foot driveway.
Correct. On both of those, the garage is still the same, 26 feet, so that from back of sidewalk, there's at least 20. So that seems to make sense. But the difference is, one says it needs to be more than this. The other says can't be any more than that. And now you're asking, would it also change the development? No, because the development agreement just says more than 20. So 30 would be more than 20. Okay. But so both of these are here, and now you're asking to push the front of the building up to 4 feet behind that garage.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That is correct.
Are there other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now invite Beth Allagood, Neighborhood Chair for the Lakeview North Neighborhood, to come. And I just want to tell you first that next time we have a policy lunch, I'm bringing you lunch for staying with us tonight. Thank you.
I feel the mayor's pain. I have missed my Tuesday night volleyball to stay here, so.
Oh, I'm bringing you dessert too.
And I just want to go back to the Sunset neighborhood thing real quick. I've been talking with Brian Maxfield a lot about getting neighborhood master plans for the west side, and we've talked about getting committees together between September and November and getting all the neighborhood chairs and as many people involved as possible on those committees so that we can start the master plans for the west side. Just one note. The neighborhood really has no problems with this. The only issues that have been coming up, I mean, it allows for more variety of homes. It allows for better variety in the neighborhood. The things that are coming up is people are wondering, now that the development has started, we're coming and seeing every home's coming back a couple times and saying, oh, can we change this? Oh, can we change this? And I know these are just kind of clarification things. This isn't really a change in any of the major development agreements or anything, but it seems like every 3 months, Ivory Homes is coming back and asking for something different. So there's been a little grumbling in the neighborhood about that. For future development, Ivory Homes does a really nice product. We like the Ivory Homes product out there. We just want to make sure that the standards stay high in the neighborhood, and we want to make sure that the development out there stays a consistency throughout. And so if these changes go on, we just want to make sure that any other developers, we'd like Ivory Home to do the whole project, but any other developers come out, keep the standards high. So those are the only things the neighborhood's concerned with.
Thank you. This is scheduled for public hearing, so we will open it up to the public for comment. Please just state your name and city of residence.
Can you do the one that's actually so that I can have? So the house that.
Can you just state your name for the
sorry,
record
Cynthia
again?
Smith. My name's Cynthia Smith. My husband and I have bought a plot, 152, and the home that you see on the left on my, I don't know, on your screens it's probably the right, but my left or right. The Hanover with the 3-car garage, that's the home that we're planning to build. It's one of the more popular models that Ivory does all over Utah. I've been to see 2 of the model homes. And I don't know, I honestly don't understand exactly what the problem is. It doesn't look odd in any way whatsoever, and It's definitely not an eyesore. It's a beautiful home. I know, like I said, I know it's one of their most popular models. It's very well designed, outside and in, to be a beautiful home. So we put in I think ours went in 1st of June. We've seen all the other homes around us being built up, and honestly, I don't understand, other than from my understanding, there was a builder that was going to build before Ivory, that they then bought the development from, and the homes they were going to be putting in were different, and so there were codes and things made based on that. And then when Ivory built, my understanding is that wasn't reconsidered, and so now that's why there's questions coming up, as we're finding there's little odd things that were meant to satisfy one plan, and now there's a different plan there. That was my understanding, but anyway. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Gregory Smith. Cindy is my wife. I am new to the Provo area. We moved here. I teach at UVU, and as Cindy mentioned, we've purchased Lot 152. I want to thank the mayor. I want to thank Madam Chair, and also Mr. Van Buren. I know we've spoken on the phone, and you've been very responsive to us. Thank you very much. I want to urge you to approve this amendment, because it's mostly just fixing some glitches in a couple of documents. But as my wife mentioned, it has meant that our building permit application has been sitting in limbo since the 1st of June while this all gets sorted out. And we're living in a 2-bedroom apartment in Vineyard, waiting for our house to be completed so that we can move into our nice, beautiful home. So I would urge you to, as quickly as possible, rectify this issue so that we can move into our home. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Nobody else is here. It's an empty room. We'll close public comment, and we will bring it back to the council for discussion. Mr. Sewell?
I'd like to move that we approve the ordinance as presented to us.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mr. Van Buren, thank you. Discussion on the motion? Mr. Harding?
So for some, this may not seem like a substantive change or just glitches in some remnant documents. Maybe we could hear from the whatever they're called, the community development. But my understanding is that, you know, these aren't glitches. There was a very particular feel for this area. There was a vision that was presented with this area. It was a vision for a more walkable, a less car-centric development, and a more pedestrian, a more walkable, a more community, it's not the right word for it, development. And so you can see for the designs where the garage is way out front. I mean, I think everyone speaking has said, you know, yeah, this is not where we want to go. You tuck the garage behind, as you kind of see on the right, it has a different feel. Now, if it's almost flush or just a few feet, it's not as drastic as having the garage way out front, but there's a feel for these things. And so I think that was the reason it was written in there in the first place, was to give, you know, to not have the houses far back, to have them closer to the sidewalk. It gives that walkable feel to it, and that was the idea for this area. That was the zone that was in place when Ivory Homes came in and bought the area or took control of this project. And so, to me, this is not just a little tweak. To me, this is a change in vision from what they bought into. And so, So I think that's the reason for that. And I'm not saying that the house on the left is bad. I just believe that it doesn't fit with the vision, at least the original vision of this development. And so if we make this change, we just need to understand that we're not just fixing little glitches. We are changing the vision of, and eventually the feel of this neighborhood once it's built. It will be different than what the original plan was.
Oh,
Can I just respond to that just a little bit? Just take these two plans that are up there on the board. I know that's not representative of the whole portfolio of plans you have, but if we're talking about a vision, a cozy porch, a porch that's inviting, a porch that's welcoming, I'm not so sure that that vision is captured better with the house on the right than the one on the left. In fact, just my own personal feeling, that porch seems more inviting to sit out on, and so as we try to say what vision did they have when they put the plan in first that we're changing now, I'm not sure we're changing that much from the vision with only a 4-foot jog. It seems like a porch that has an ending wall is a little more inviting than one that's just out open to the wind and the snow and the weather. So I'm not so sure that vision has changed that much on that. Now the extreme ones, the ones where the garage is out 12, 15 feet, and I think that, and that's what I think they're trying to capture, but this change I don't think really throws that vision way off.
Can we flip to some of the other pictures? I think.
hold on.
Okay, next. Next. Oh, okay, go the other way. There was one here. Next one. Next one. Okay, well, I maybe not seen it. One more. There was one where there wasn't much porch. It's that one right there. Is that more than a 4-foot jog from the? What you won't be building. Okay. Okay, the bad example. But theoretically, there could be one. Oh, okay. But this is the one that you were going to modify by removing the half bath and shifting that back. Okay.
That house right there is the exact same plan as that house right there, just different elevations.
Well, there's a difference in size of the porch, and that's what I was getting at. We talked in work meeting earlier about, if that was what we intended to have that more walkable, then more of that should have been captured in the zone. My fear is, if you'll go back to the last one that you were just on, even if this was only 4 feet in front, with having such a small porch, that kind of goes away from that. Anyway, that's.
Mr. Winterton, did you have a comment?
No, I think Mr. Van Buren covered what I was interested in saying.
Okay. So we, did I close public comment? Can't remember now. I did? Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the table. Mr. Sewell? And someone's going to have to remind me who the second was? And it was Mr. Van Buren? Okay. Those in favor of, and remind me your motion, will you please restate it?
To pass the ordinance as described to us.
Okay, thank you. Those in favor? And those opposed? Thank you. So those in favor are Mr. Van Buren, Mr. Sewell, Ms. Santiago, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Winterton, and Mr. Connect, and those opposed, Mr. Harding. And Mr. Jones?
I just want to save Mr. Sewell 5 minutes of sleep when he goes to look this up himself. It appears that Robert's Rules allows, after the final announcement of a vote, for someone to change their vote with the general consent of the assembly, which I think has been given. So we're good to go on that.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll look for a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Mr. Van Buren. A second? Thank you, Mr. Harding. Those in favor? Mr. Winterton and Mr. Connect, you're in favor of adjourning?
Absolutely.
I assumed
Wake
the
me up
voting
to
is
vote
unanimous.
next time.
A night, or for 2 nights, 3 nights. This is the greatest plague on this earth today. It's worse than any other social ill that we can even talk about or